Good afternoon and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. It's October 25th, 2011. Mr. Reston, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Member Snyder? Here. Snyder present. Member Nee?
Here.
Nee present. Member Cawthon? Cawthon absent. Member Manny?
Present.
Manny present. Member Washburn?
Present.
Washburn present. Member Caneba? Caneba absent. Member Costa?
Here.
Costa present. Member Wolf? Wolf absent. Member Chan? Chan absent. Member Johnson?
Here.
Johnson present. Member West? West absent. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, we have one member, Member Cawthon, who is not here because she is out ill. Member Wolf and Member Chan are scheduled to both be here about 15 minutes late. Is there a motion to excuse Member Cawthon?
So move.
Second.
Can we do that without objection? Excuse Member Cawthon? So Member Cawthon is excused. A couple of things on the agenda. We have one member that has to leave tonight at 7, and one member that has to leave tonight at 9 p.m. And in a misunderstanding, possibly on my part, I thought that in item number 8, it's complaint 11046, that Bernice Casey, who's a respondent, was going to have somebody else here, so we were going to put this first. But she's here herself and has to leave by 7:30, so as soon as Mr. Pitts comes, I would like to put that item first. We'll continue on until Mr. Pitts arrives, since he's unaware. But we would have to do that since I don't know exactly what item to put it out, we'll have to put it at the first item when Mr. Pitts gets here. Do we need to call roll on it? Do we need a motion?
So move.
Second.
Can we do that without objection? And then the second thing would be potentially moving the discussion of the annual report to after item 21 in case we lose a quorum so that we get to the complaints. I'm not sure everyone's going to be here.
So move.
Second.
Well, Madam Chair,
Yes.
you're saying move. I'm sorry. You're saying move the task force's annual report down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, just to after item 21.
Just wanted to be clear on that.
And just to make members aware, complaint 11061, it's items 16 and 17 has been withdrawn, so we won't be hearing that. That's the Mickey Jones against the fire department. So can we move the annual report without objection? Okay, so then the annual report will be heard after item 21. Mr. Reston, can you please call the first item on the agenda?
The first item on the agenda is possible adjustment of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting schedule for the 2011 winter holidays.
So Member Nee had suggested that we move our meeting is scheduled for November 22nd, and Member Nee had suggested we move it to November 29th. One question I had for the task force is that the 29th is the day, I believe, if I'm not correct, that the Board of Supervisors has off for Thanksgiving.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So I don't know if members are available on the 22nd or if they prefer to move it to the 29th. Member Washburn?
I won't be here the 22nd. I'll be at a conference, so the 29th would be preferable for me.
I also will be out of town the 22nd, so 29th would be preferable.
Okay. So is there a motion to move the November 22nd meeting to the 29th?
So move.
Second.
Can we do that without objection? Okay, so then the November 22nd meeting is now moved to November 29th. The staff is here, is that correct? Okay. Secondly, we have our December meeting is on December 27th. And so we potentially could move that to January 3rd, Tuesday, January 3rd.
So move.
Second.
Can we do that without objection?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just one technical point. What would technically be taking place here is that we would be canceling our regular meetings of November 22nd and December 27th and calling special meetings for November 29 and January 3rd,
As opposed to moving.
as opposed to
Okay.
just moving them. Yeah.
Okay, so to correct that, the motions would then be to cancel the November 22nd meeting and schedule a special meeting for November 29th. And then this motion is to cancel the December 27th meeting and schedule a special meeting for January 3rd, 2012. We'll do that without objection.
There's a public comment.
And, yeah. Yeah, sorry. And is there public comment on item 1?
Yes, thank you. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. I came just a little bit after your discussion, and so as much as I've understood is you want to cancel November 22 and December 27th scheduled meetings and have special ones instead on November 29th and January 3rd. The November 29th meeting looks like it's happening 1 week after the scheduled one, and I'm not sure, I imagine the January 3rd is 1 week after the December 27th. And I would only like to urge you once again, as I have done before, to consider, generally speaking, adjusting these and all other meetings to days other than those days where the Board of Supervisors routinely meets. For many, many, many years, the Board of Supervisors routinely met on Mondays. I believe in 2004, when Matt Gonzalez became president of the Board of Supervisors, he changed their meeting date to Tuesday. With the supervisors meeting on Monday and you meeting on Tuesday, it was possible for a civic-minded person to attend both meetings with no conflict. Under the present program, your meetings are in direct conflict with most Board of Supervisors meetings that last more than 2 hours. And I would say, roughly speaking, most of them do. And in fact, public comment at the Board of Supervisors is taken at a variable time that nobody knows in advance. And I think you have seen me and heard me say that I was running up and down trying to keep track of both meetings so that I could make public comment either at hearing items on your agenda or your general public comment. So I would urge you to find another day besides the day that the Board of Supervisors meets. Now, with respect to the January 3rd date and the 11/29 date, I haven't checked what the supervisor's schedule is, but they usually don't meet in a week where there is a holiday. And so your January 3rd meeting may in fact not be conflicting with the Board of Supervisors meeting, in which case I say hooray. Same for the 11/29 change. But I ask you to look at the calendar of supervisorial meetings on this and any other change, and particularly for future, even if it takes you a year to set it up with advance notice and discussion, find another day to meet other than the day the Board of Supervisors meets. Thank you very much.
Is there any additional public comment on item 1? Seeing none, public comment is closed.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask our clerk, are our schedules, our meeting schedules, Mr. Russom, are they generally set by the calendar year or by the fiscal year?
Through the chair.
Through the chair, Mr. Nee, it's done by the calendar year.
By calendar year.
Yes.
So if we wanted to consider adjusting our schedule for calendar 2012, We would have to do it within the next couple of months. And in response to Mr. Warfield's comment, many of us share Mr. Warfield's sentiments on this, many of us on the task force, yours surely included. We have taken this up before, and as we've previously noted, all of us here are volunteers. All of us have outside commitments, including work and family. And we have taken up the question in the past of what day of the week we hold our meetings, and the last time we took this up, there were just too many members of the task force who, for one reason or another, could not fit it into their schedules to meet other than Tuesday. So it's regrettable, but that's the way it's been. Perhaps on the agenda for the November 29 special meeting, we should take the matter up again, just to poll members and see if there is a possibility that we could, in fact, change our meeting day.
I will note that for the November 29th agenda. So item 2 has been moved. Mr. Rustum, could you please read item 3?
Item 3 is approval of the August 23rd, 2011 regular meeting minutes.
Is there a motion to
Move
approve?
to approve the minutes.
Second.
I have a number of additions. I don't know if anybody else does or if you want me to go. Member Nee?
Well, I have some suggested edits, but
Okay.
I also have a little bit of a question, I guess. As near as I can tell, the minutes as constituted are, shall we say they meet the requirements of section 67.16. However, there are 4 cases in which I think that maybe there could be a little bit of an addition there without creating too much extra burden on our administrator/clerk. In item 5, second paragraph. In item 9, second paragraph. In item 13, second paragraph, and in item 15, second paragraph. The only notation made is that the respondent made his or her presentation or gave a presentation. I think it would be helpful, even though it's not necessarily required, it would be helpful to the task force and to members of the public if instead of saying such and such a respondent gave his or her position, we had a brief summation, just one sentence, one paragraph of what that position was, whether, in item 15, item 5, second paragraph, maybe the Arts Commission representative said, representative said that all responsive documents had been provided, period. Something like that. Again, maybe I don't see in 67.16 where those kinds of statements are required in the minutes, but I think they would be helpful. Edits, suggested edits. Item 2, second paragraph, it says an legislative aid. It should be a legislative aid. Item 2, third paragraph, subparagraph A, line 4, delete the word section. Line 6, hyphenate last minute.
I'm sorry,
Item,
what was that second one? What was the second one? Oh, last minute.
last hyphen
Yeah.
minute. Item 2, fourth paragraph, Mr. Pasquarello's name is misspelled. There should be an I between the R and the E. Item 3, first paragraph, I believe Mr. Bhatia's name has been misspelled. I believe the correct spelling is Bhatia. That's my recollection. Item 3, paragraph 4, line 3, NOTF as in Frank, not NOTS as in Sam. Lines 6 and 7, there should be a comma after the word created, and the word that after the word created should be deleted. Also, I would, between the word, in the phrase staff be made aware of, I would insert the word must between staff and be. Item 3, fifth paragraph, line 6, the words only and concerned should be reversed. Item 9, second paragraph. Oh, never mind. Oh, yes. Second paragraph, it says Cynthia Carter presented his case. I believe Cynthia Carter is female. Item 9, third paragraph, line 4, delete the word possibly. And in line 6, hyphenate write-ups, write-ups. In item 11, I was unable to make any sense of it. Item 13, oh, never mind. Items 13 and 15, I've already noticed those. So item 11, I'm just, of those minutes, I'm just very curious. Again, I'm not making any sense of it. Maybe
It's just, it should say, instead of see item 10, it should say continue to September 27th, 2011. And in parentheses, you could say see item 10.
okay. Those are my suggested edits.
Just in quick response to, I agree that we should have a summary. I frequently supply a one-sentence summary, and I think if you want that, you're going to have to supply it. You're going to have to go back and actually, I have some suggestions for them in the minutes, and I think that the minutes won't necessarily get finalized if we don't. They'll just hang out as drafts if we don't make some effort to add some things to them. In the meantime, we're trying to work to get the minutes to be more useful. I have in item 1 on page 18 of our packet, was this that it says determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Pastor Gavin against Supervisor Chu and Supervisor Marr. Was that how it was in the original agenda? The complaint was against Chu and Marr? Or was it just against Eric Marr? Because we ended up adding Board President Chu.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My recollection is that in September, we added the names of the other members of the committee that Supervisor Marr chairs, that in this particular case, at this particular meeting, the respondents were listed as Supervisor Chu, President Chu, and Supervisor Marr. That's my recollection.
Well, the actual complaint, the actual written complaint from Pastor Gavin ended up saying Eric Marr. And for some reason we added Chu, and I just wanted to make sure that that's how it was, because it looks kind of funny in the item 2 when we end up adding Board President Chu. But so on page 19 in item 2 in the motion, in the third, in section A, the third sentence, at the end it says for not providing any explanatory document. It was actually for not providing copies of amendments. So if you could delete any explanatory document that was and add copies of amendments so that it reads for not providing copies of amendments provided to the policy body, because they were provided in only a 2-page summary. And then that same paragraph at the very end when it says by the introduction of 14 pages of amendments, add by Board President Chu. And then on page 20, item 3, in the second paragraph after the word heard, it says, in the second line, provided the task force with a progress report in complying. Change in complying to on compliance. And then in the bolded paragraph of the motion, the second to the last sentence, and it delete it says extend the life of the noise ordinance task force. Just have it say extend the noise ordinance task force to eliminate life of. And then in item 5, before the motion, and this is kind of long, so if you need me to send it to you, and I can type it. I'd like to add just some kind of an explanatory sentence about what happened and why we had the motion. The Arts Commission had not responded by the hearing to Mr. Clark's written request for information on artist spaces in Hayes Valley. And then the next paragraph, I appreciate that you added that in there because that's kind of what we're talking about. That paragraph explains why we made the motion. So that's kind of what I think Member Nee was also talking about. In the first 2 sentences, it says, based on the respondent's protracted pattern of responses, then you could delete that next on respondents. You can just say repeated violation of sunshine ordinance and then you can delete that respondents and evident lack of intent to comply. And page 22 of our packet in item 9, in the bolded paragraph of the motion, in the second to the last paragraph, there should be a comma after the word buses. In item 11 on page 23 of our packet, I think we already talked about that. If you added continued to September 27th, 2011, it would make more sense. You can leave C item 10 in there too, but since it was continued to that date. And then on item 12, I don't know for certain, but if you could check the wording on the original agenda, if I think it said to include as 150-word summary, not summaries. But if it is summaries, you can leave it as summaries since that's how it appeared in the original. And on item the same thing on item 13 in that description, I think it was summary, but it could be summaries. And then to add a sentence before the motion, I would suggest adding Mr. Hartz's 150-word summary had not been included within the body of the minutes as previously ordered by the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And then on page 24 of our packet, in that first full paragraph, Member Nee, seconded by Member West, there should be a comma after West. And then just to clarify a little bit about why this reads the way that it does, about 2/3 of the way down where it says Chair Johnson, seconded by Member Nee, motion to rescind the vote. If you add a sentence before that, Chair Johnson questioned Member Snyder on his vote. Just so that it doesn't, it looks crazy why it looks like we rescinded a vote that, it looks like I rescinded a vote that I voted on. And then the motion, then it says public comment none, and that next sentence, the motion, after motion, it say to rescind, carried by the following vote. And that's it for me. Is there anybody else? Is there any public comment on the minutes?
Yes, Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. I suppose flouting of the law and flagrant violation might be included to make it more colorful and realistic, but the one thing I did want to ask, and I would rely on the memory collectively of your body, I recall hearing anecdotally that you had done something very significant at one of your meetings, and I don't know if it was this one, and that is that you took an action to send a letter to the city attorney, letting the city attorney know that he should not advise departments in the city to that the 150-word summaries are allowed to be placed as an addendum or at the end of minutes instead of in line. And I would rely on your recollection. I didn't see it in these minutes. If that was something that happened on this occasion, I would certainly hope it would be included, and wherever it happened, I hope that you do include it. And again, I'm not sure which meeting it was. I do recall asking for a tape of that meeting when it happened some months ago and being informed, most unfortunately, that that meeting of your body did not get recorded. This was a meeting at which Mr. Rustum was not present, but somebody else from the clerk's office was covering. And as a result, I was informed there was no recording whatsoever. So I do want to make sure that that instruction and that discussion is recorded somewhere. It's very significant and very important. And again, I would rely on your collective memories as to what date that occurred, but those minutes would be particularly significant and sensitive, not just because of the subject matter, but because of the lack of any recording whatsoever on that date. Thanks.
Is there,
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and I just wanted to compliment you on the fact that you are doing such a good job at trying to get not only the substance but some of the background to the decisions that the task force makes into the record. Mr. Warfield, the director of the Libraries Users Association, has been concerned about the Bernal Heights mural and the process that was 2+ years long. And if he goes, he's shared a lot of information with me. And basically, if you go on through that 2-year process, you really can't figure out who the heck did what, when they did it. You see contradictions. In one meeting, they're saying we feel this is the appropriate action, and then 6 months later, they're saying no, the other is an appropriate action. So if you look at the outcome, you really don't know how they got to the outcome, and it really gets to the point where a member of the public who is trying to understand, wait a minute, how did you get from here to here? It just makes no sense to me because there's nothing in the record. It's minimal. And some of the meetings, they had meetings where they didn't even keep minutes. So it's really very advantageous to ensure that you and anybody who supersedes you in your positions has something to go back and look at the record and say, okay, here's what was decided, and here's some of the background as to why it was decided. Otherwise, it ends up with them having to have the argument all over again and re-adjudicating the cases. So again, I want to compliment you on setting the example for, I think, other boards and commissions in making these notes meaningful so that they can encourage members of the public to be able to go back and do research and understand how a process or outcome was reached and to participate then more meaningfully in the processes that do come before the body.
thank you. Is there additional public comment on item 3?
I think at the present time there are 12 sets of draft minutes on the website that have not been approved. Included, I believe, is one from October of last year that is essentially blank. You've just spent, what, 20 minutes fly-specking a set of minutes from last August. And I think if you went to the website of any other comparable organization in the city, any commission, you will find that the minutes are ready. They're presented at the meeting, and there almost never are any changes or corrections. So if you have a member leaving at 7 and you've got a long agenda, this is the price, one of the prices you pay for not having proper minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on item 3? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Nee?
Through the chair, I'd like to ask Mr. Rustum, regarding the suggestion I made on presenting a brief summary of respondents' positions, is that, would the clerk find that too onerous to do?
Through the chair, Member Nee, I will have to ask my supervisor.
Well, if your supervisor asks you, how do you feel about it, what would you say?
I have no opposition to it, through the chair.
Thank you.
Can you call the roll on approving the minutes?
Yes, Madam Chair. On the motion, Member Snyder?
Yes.
Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 7 ayes. The motion passes.
The August 2011 minutes are approved.
August 23rd.
Was that
August 23rd.
20? Yeah, 20. Yeah. Is Deborah Benedict here? Can you please read item 4?
Item 4 is hearing on the status of the May 24, 2011 order of determination regarding Deborah Benedict against the Tide Center.
Respondent Tide Center has sent a message to our administrator that she is unable to attend because she is in New York, and I also do not see the complainant. This is the second time that this particular item has been on our agenda. I'm not sure if the task force would prefer to table this item or have it concluded. Member Nee?
Madam Chair, my suggestion is to continue this item indefinitely with the proviso that Ms. Benedict would have the right to request that it be brought back.
Well, this is the, Member Wolf?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with a motion to continue indefinitely versus postpone indefinitely. I would just say
Postpone is fine. I mean,
well, if you postpone indefinitely, essentially you're just killing it. I would just say just continue it to the next meeting, and just keep continuing it, having it on the agenda. Otherwise, if you table it, it's only good for one more meeting, and then that's it.
I would prefer tabling it. This is the second time the complainant hasn't been here, and to let it drag on and take up time on the agenda seems kind of... It is an important matter that we might consider taking up, whether or not that the Tide Center has San Francisco residents be available for their meetings to be available to San Francisco residents, but it could be its own agenda item as opposed to continually having this particular item on the agenda without the complainant appearing. Member Nee?
move to table.
Second.
Point of information.
Yeah.
The status on this item at this time is that they've gone to EOT, and we're looking for a status on what's happened since then? Since July 14th? Is that correct?
Member Costa?
It didn't get heard in EIT because both Member Mene and myself were accused on the item.
Okay, so it had to be heard as a from the task force. Okay.
Right, we were pulling it here to find out the status, but neither respondent nor complainant is here, and they were not here last time either. So
Madam Chair, I'm wondering if it would not behoove us to just move it to compliance and amendments and get it off the task force agenda and let subcommittee handle it at this time.
Madam Chair.
Member Snyder?
I would agree with that. I think this is an important issue, and we need to find out whether the Tide Center has done anything. I think the issue was we wanted them to set up some way for people in San Francisco to at least call in to the meetings in New York, which is a fairly simple thing to do, but it's pretty clearly required for them to make the meetings available. And so I think it's a good idea to send it to compliance and amendments. We can then, if we continue to not get either party to appear, one thought I had is that the task force ought to reach out and ask the Tide Center in some fashion, whether it would be through a formal letter or otherwise, whether they've done anything to comply. But for now, I think compliance and amendments makes sense, because that way we can at least we can ask the Tide Center to show up and tell us whether they've done anything. I mean, I'm not sure that it's Ms. Benedict's duty to it is her complaint, and so she should ideally be proactive on it, but I think the task force should follow up if we don't hear anything from either side.
Is there any objection to moving it to compliance and amendments?
Well, you have a motion on the floor, and it's been seconded, so it either they would have to be withdrawn, or we'll make a substitute motion. Is there
Member Nee, do you prefer to have your
Section
motion
1,
called?
Well, I believe the second has to withdraw first.
I withdraw it.
Okay, maker withdraws.
So let's send this to the Compliance and Amendments Committee for December. Is there public comment on item 4? Seeing none, public comment is closed. And I see that Mr. Pitts is here. So, Mr. Pitts, we moved your item to now, to when you arrived, because I had originally was going to put it first when Bernice Casey was, last meeting was my understanding that she was not going to be here, but since she is here, I want to make sure that we honor what we had discussed. So we're going to call your item now. Are you ready for that? Because we didn't, okay, you were not here. So, Mr. Rustum, if you could call item 8.
Yes, Madam Chair. Item number 8 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Charles Pitts against the Shelter Monitoring Committee for allegedly calling a recess to discuss an item while a meeting was in progress.
At this time, the complainant will have 5 minutes to present his case.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, we have to do the jurisdiction.
I believe jurisdiction is first.
One moment, Mr. Pitts, sorry. We needed to read the determination of jurisdiction.
Second.
Can we do that without objection? Okay, so we have found jurisdiction. Can you please read the next item?
Item number 9 is hearing on
Sorry, we
complaint.
need public comment,
We
I'm
need public
sorry.
comment.
Public comment on the jurisdiction. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. Rustum, could you please read the next item?
Item number 9 is hearing on complaint filed by Charles Pitts against the Shelter Monitoring Committee for allegedly calling a recess to discuss an item while a meeting was in progress.
Sorry about that, Mr. Pitts. You will now have 5 minutes.
I'm under the assumption the video's like loaded up here.
Yes.
Well, for me, what it is that they were in the middle of an agenda item. They went on a recess. They huddled up pretty much like they did here. You can see like several of them, they're all looking and listening to this one individual, and they're talking. Bernice Casey's back is turned to the audience, and they're talking. I think I made the assumption that they were talking about the agenda item, but I don't know what they were talking about because they were just over in the corner, huddled up. You know, I don't know what they were talking about, and I think my thing is, you know, to me this is just another meeting where the members of the public was not allowed to attend. I mean, they got a meeting there. I would like to see the agenda. I would like to see the minutes from that meeting. I'm wondering, that little meeting there, did they properly post it? I'm probably being facetious, but I'm just thinking, is it even appropriate that they disperse like this? And I mean, they break up the meeting and meet amongst themselves like this.
Hey, Chris, can you stop this from looping? Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Thank you for attending. I apologize for the last 2 meetings that you waited so long.
My name is Bernice Casey. I'm the policy analyst for the Shelter Monitoring Committee, and I'm the little red person, or the big red person right there. So first, I wanted to address the questions that Deputy City Attorney Carnes raised in his August 15 memo. Page 2 of the memo lists 4 questions that might assist in determining facts. The first question is, were all changes made to the letter in question made in public open session of the meeting? As the first letter that we sent on July 12th indicated, there were 2 draft letters. One draft letter was circulated to the public and to the committee members 72 hours in advance of the meeting and posted to the website. The morning of the meeting, Chair Cirillo submitted another draft revising the first, and I've given you copies of those 2 drafts. And that draft did not go to the committee until the time of the meeting. It was not circulated electronically to any committee members, and copies of that letter were made public on the table so that members of the public could read the letter and address the comments about that second version. So that it kind of addresses bullet number 2. Also on bullet number 2, all correspondence from staff to the committee is submitted electronically using the BCC feature of email. We do this so committee members can't hit reply all and have something that could be recognized as a Seritem meeting. So any correspondence between committee members, they're told when they come on that they can't correspond with any committee members electronically unless it's about setting up a site visit, which is outside, has nothing to do with the committee meetings. During the recess, did members of the committee take part in any discussions involving the letter in question? On July 12th, I had the chair wrong, so I wrote the letter to Mr. Nee. I state that staff incorporated the edits. There were a lot of edits that were going on. If you re-listen or just listen to the tape, you'll notice the mics, even though we were in recess, I didn't turn the mics off, so you can actually hear some committee members. People are standing there, I don't know why. The person you can't see is Matt Letton, the secretary behind me. That's who I'm addressing the edits to make sure I incorporated them because he's the secretary, so I review the edits with him. Then after the 10 minutes, all the edits were read into public record, and the committee voted on the letter. Were the duties performed by committee staff during the brief period of recess purely administrative? Yes. I'm not a committee member. I was trying to capture 9 different comments by 9 different individuals that really changed a budget letter, and so I needed that time to make sure I could write down all my notes. I reviewed the notes with the secretary, and then the edits were read to to the committee and on public. I'm here if you have any other questions. No? Okay.
Maybe. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member Nee?
Mr. Pitts, please.
Yes.
Okay. Your complaint is that the Shelter Monitoring Committee discussed an item on the agenda while in recess. And what I don't see here is any evidence of that. Do you have any evidence to show that the Shelter Monitoring Committee discussed an agenda item during recess, and more particularly, was the post-recess letter to Mayor Lee and Board President Chu substantially different from the pre-recess version of that letter? And if so, if the pre-recess and post-recess versions are different, what proof do you have that those changes stemmed from the closed-door discussion?
Well, I think the thing is you have to figure out the rules and regulations regarding a closed session meeting. I mean, this is like a closed session. You know, they're not really even interacting with the public. They went into recess. They're huddled up. They have a private meeting amongst themselves. That's the issue.
But that's not what that's not your complaint here. Your complaint is very specific.
Okay.
That during their recess, they discussed a matter that was on the agenda. They discussed a letter to Mayor Lee and Board President Chu. That's your complaint.
Okay. Well,
what evidence do you have thereof?
Well, I think part of it is a typo on my era because I did make the assumption that they talked about a certain issue. And I think I can't make an assumption that they talked about a certain issue because they're all huddled up here, and I can't prove that I can't prove anything of what they're talking about. You know, so I can't prove I can't prove anything of what they're talking about. It's a typo on my part, but I am saying I definitely want you to consider, is this legal? Is this legal that they recess and go into a private meeting and discuss I have no idea what?
Were you done? Member Wolf?
Yeah, Mr. Pitts, just to follow up on Member Nee's line of questioning, the question is we don't know what they're discussing or whether it is a matter that is on the agenda or not. What would prove that is the actual tape of the recording of the meeting, which it sounds like, as Ms. Casey testified just earlier, that the microphones were left on. So if the microphones were left on, then that tape should be available, and then we'll know for sure exactly whether that is the case or not. But that's not supplied in evidence.
Okay, well, I don't have a copy of that. If anything, then Bernice Casey would have that evidence.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Casey? Can you tell us, I'm going to ask you a question leading up to that answer. Prior to what is being shown in the video of this recess, what was being discussed?
The item that was being discussed was a draft letter by Chair Cirillo to Mayor Lee and the Board of Supervisors.
So is that item C, to 2011-2012 budget letter?
Draft budget letter number 2, draft. I don't know what you've called it, but...
Looking on page 60 of our package, It's page 3 of 4 of the agenda. It's an attachment.
So, yes,
65.
that was the item.
Says items.
So if
page
you,
60 on mine. No, I'm looking at the agenda.
Oh, the agenda.
Yeah, so on the agenda, it's item C.
yes,
So is that the item?
yes,
Okay. So you were discussing this item?
yes.
Okay, and then what happened?
So if you look at draft budget letter 2, which is single space capital draft budget letter 2 on the top, and you look at the May 27th letter, you'll see some significant changes. These changes were discussed in a public meeting, but as I said, I had 9 committee members making changes, so I'm writing down notes. I needed the 10 minutes to incorporate those notes, and then those notes were reviewed with the secretary and read out loud to the full committee and to the public.
So I'm just trying to find out the activity that I'm looking at, that we are looking at here.
So the
just
activity-
before a recess was called, okay, why was the recess called? Who called for the recess?
The recess was called by the chair. My suggestion, because I couldn't incorporate all those edits, and instead of having people wait for 10 minutes, I said, can we please recess so I can write down all these edits? Because I can't incorporate all the things people were saying at the same time. Because the letter itself changed pretty significantly with the changes. So I don't know what the other committee members are doing. It looks like some people are looking our way, some people are looking this way. The person that I'm talking to is Matt Lutton, and you can't see him because he's directly behind me, and that's the secretary. He took notes as well. We compared our notes to make sure that I had gotten all of the edits. The meeting was reconvened. The edited letter, the letter May 27th dated, was read into the record.
Okay. Thank you.
Member Costa?
And Ms. Casey. So just to make sure I'm 100% clear, the main motivation in recessing was to sort of give the public a break from having to sit through the act of you capturing all the notes.
For having about 9 minutes of dead silence, so they couldn't go on to another item until I captured those edits, because I'm also the note taker. So there's not someone else who could. I can't do 2 things at once. I needed to do the edits to the letter and then go back and capture the minutes. So I needed that 10 minutes to incorporate everything into the changes.
Okay, thank you.
I know they've been talking about the substance of what they're discussing, but watching the video, I have some concerns about it's a recess, but they're clearly all they're all standing around looking at what's happening, and it's hard to tell who's contributing. Now, I know that when we try to be careful when we send emails, through the administrator so that we don't end up having a seriatim meeting. But it seems as though the meeting continued and the recess was simply to have so that she could get the notes. I'm a little bit unclear on the line of questioning of what it is they were discussing, because even if we all stopped this meeting and everybody had a conversation, it's a seriatim meeting. Is that not the case? Do you see through it? It's a meeting of the body? Go ahead. Yeah.
Chair Johnson, Deputy City Attorney Jerry Threed. A meeting, once a meeting is agendized and it's being held, if necessarily all the members must be present in the same place. So during the recess, there's no requirement that the members separate and move out of the room in order to avoid an illegal meeting. The meeting is the one that's been agendized, is simply a recess. Now, if those members discuss something that's within the jurisdiction of the body that is not on the agenda, that would be an illegal act by the members.
Okay. And Member Snyder and then Vice Chair Wolf.
Yeah, it was just to elaborate on what Jerry said. It's the substance of what's discussed. If we adjourned and then all of us went into the back room back there and started talking about this case, then arguably there could be a violation of the Brown Act. But if we adjourned and then all walked in there and talked about cheeseburgers, there's no violation there. We didn't talk about anything that had been agendized. The mere fact of the congregation without knowing anything about the content doesn't, the mere fact of the congregation of the members doesn't constitute a violation.
DC at 3.
And to supplement that thought, what makes it okay is that it's taking place in the context of agendized notice meeting. If all the members of this task force met at a time and a place where there was not a notice agendized meeting, that would be an illegal meeting. And it has to be noticed.
If they met when there was not a notice, is that what you were?
Yes, there are
Okay.
some minor exceptions, I believe, but for the most part, all the members of a body cannot be in the same place at the same time unless there's a meeting that has been noticed and agendized.
Vice Chair Wolf?
So my concern with this, first of all, there's an easy way to get the question answered as to what's going on. Ms. Casey testified at she left the microphones on. So to obtain the playback of the meeting would certainly solve the issue. Now, going on the premise that Member Snyder brought up is if we were in recess and we all went in the back room and we did discuss something that was on the agenda, but it was not in earshot of any member of the public, that would be an issue. So I think it's a little suspect what I'm seeing here as to not knowing exactly what's going on. Now, Ms. Casey is testifying. We are not a body that can require somebody to be sworn under oath. We hope that everybody is on the honor code here and telling the truth. But the best thing to do is to work on the facts. So, I'm sorry, but I'm inclined to continue this item, obtain the playback of the meeting, and solve it once and for all, because the complainant nor the respondent would have to be involved after that point. We all would know.
First, can you turn off
Save
this
us
one?
some time.
Member Washburn?
I agree. That would be the best policy here. I mean, Ms. Casey's explanation makes a great deal of sense to me. It would have been better for everybody concerned had the members of the Shelter Monitoring Committee, left the room and just those who are working on this stayed and worked on it. We wouldn't have this matter before us. It does, look like there's a huddle happening there. So I think if we get the tape, listen to to what actually was said, it would make matters a lot easier for us.
Vice Chair Wolf?
I would just say that I'll take some responsibility and say I was remiss at not noticing this when reading the agenda and then making the request myself for the benefit of us all here on the dais and members of the public, and with respect to both the complainant and the respondent. I think it's incumbent upon us to, if we see that there is public information available and that it's not being contained by either party as evidence, we have the opportunity to dig some up ourselves if we feel that it might be helpful to solving this. We've had some of these issues before where we've had to ask for specific tapes or recorded information, some which have been supplied to us, which have been edited by one or the other and is not necessarily the original. So I think it's important for us to be able to be supplied with that. So that's my inclination. And so, I'm happy to make the motion. I don't know how it would go, but I would continue this item to the next meeting.
Let's wait and for the motion until the...
Oh, I'm sorry. We're
Until
not
after,
finished
and
with the
then we can
process.
go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so at this time, the respondent and then the complainant will each have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
So I'm not sure. We don't tape our meetings, so we've never taped our meetings. I know that we've been able to get that tape before for an incident, but we don't record our meetings.
So the mics were on, but they were not
Yeah.
recording anything.
Well, I don't put I used to be a commission secretary, so I'm used to recording, but with the Shelter Monitoring Committee, we don't record our meetings. So the mics are on, but I think the only recording would be the audio.
Video.
The video, sorry.
Did you want to say any more in response to Mr. Pitt's complaint?
I can only state what I've written in a letter, that I work with the committee to make sure that they don't have any conversations unless there's a meeting going on. I don't know, I can't explain why everyone's standing there, but the only person I talked to was Mr. Lutton to compare. And again, if you look at the draft budget letter 2 and the May 27 letter, you'll see significant cuts and edits that was the reason there was the break.
The complainant will now have 3 minutes to respond.
Well, to me, I just don't think it's appropriate. For me, I just don't think it's appropriate that they stop a meeting, meet amongst themselves, and start talking about something. And I don't know exactly what, there's, my cassette went out my cassette tape went out as well. And the video, the camera didn't record the audio, so you don't know what they're talking about. So it just looks like another illegal meeting in the middle of another meeting. If she had a problem taking notes and making amendments to the document, she should have just taken more time and did it in public instead of, turning her back to the public and having this illegal meeting. I just think that I don't know what they were talking about in that meeting. I don't know. Maybe they were talking about another shelter or something. You don't know. I mean, this just looks like another illegal meeting to me. It just doesn't look appropriate to me at all. I can't.
The matter's back with the task force. Member Costa and then Vice Chair Wolf.
Ms. Casey, I just want to clarify one other thing. You are or aren't a member of this committee.
I'm not a member of the committee. The committee is comprised of 13 individuals who are appointed by the mayor, the Board of Supervisors, and the local homeless coordinating board. There are 2 staff, myself and Marta Rebello.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wolf.
Madam Chair, to DCA 3, has the task force found that the Shelter Monitoring Committee is required to comply with Sunshine Ordinance?
Through the chair, Member Wolf, I'm not sure the answer to that. I believe the Sunshine, it's the Shelter Monitoring Committee has agreed that it's subject to it. Whether it's required to or whether they've done that voluntarily, I'm not sure.
If it is, then is it, would it be not in compliance with the ordinance for not recording its meetings?
I was just looking into that issue, actually, right at this moment. I don't have an answer for you currently.
Will we be able to get one tonight? Shall we, or do you need more time? Okay. I'm wondering, Madam Chair, if we have some of these outstanding questions, maybe we could table the item, come back to it in a little while when DCA 3 has give them time to find an answer, and we can, continue on with our agenda.
Chair.
Member Snyder?
So look at section 67.14B. Says that each board and commission enumerated in this charter shall audio record each regular and special meeting. I think that applies here.
They're established by Chapter 20, Article 12 of the San Francisco Administrative Code, but they are a policy body because they're appointed by the mayor and the Board of Supervisors. So I don't think they're a charter committee. Is that
Through the
them?
chair.
No, that's
This is an issue that the task force has visited in the past, and 6714B applies to charter boards and commissions,
Okay.
and I believe this is not a charter board and commission. And 67.14C, however, does require that if you're in a room that is outfitted for such recording, that you should do that.
Again, I'm just looking for some advice as to whether we should table this item to give DCA 3 some time, or whether it should be continued and take it up at the next meeting where we have more information. And maybe we can get some, I don't know if the video camera here, which is specific for the sheriff's department, whether that takes up any audio or not, or whether they're actually listening in through here and keep a tape, whether we can request it through there. I don't know. These are questions I'm asking about procedure and how we move forward. I don't want to take up any more time than we have to.
DCA 3.
Through the chair, I did answer the question. 67.14C does require if the room is outfitted for audio or video recording, and is technically possible to do so, it should be recorded, and that the recording becomes a public record.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that's 67.
14C.
There isn't a 14C.
yeah, I don't see 14C.
Well, it was amended, so perhaps you have an older version. I believe this was an amendment that was sponsored by Supervisor Mirakarimi.
Let me look in your memo. Was that in there?
It's not his memo, and it's not in there.
This was not a issue raised in the complaint.
Yeah.
67.14C states, every city policy body, agency, or department shall audio or video record every notice, regular meeting, special meeting, or hearing open to the public held in a city hall hearing room that is equipped with audio or video recording facilities, unless, to shorten it, unless it's not possible for technical reasons.
And that's every policy body?
Yes. Now, it's a question of fact that you may want to explore with the participants whether the room that they were meeting in was outfitted to do such recording.
From the looks of the video, it looks like it was this room.
Yeah, was it this room? Was it in this room, Ms. Bernie?
Yes, it was. I checked with our deputy city attorney. I don't know when those changes were made to the Sunshine, but I asked if we needed to record, and I was told no, we don't. So I don't know, because I am not a commission secretary. This is just one small piece of my job. I didn't do the recording. If we are supposed to be recording, I wanted to know when that we were supposed to start doing that, and how the city notified the bodies like the Local Homeless Recording Board, Shelter Monitoring, 10-Year Plan Implementation Council, so that we would know we would have to do it. But future, we will record.
Yeah, I'm reluctant to continue it because there doesn't seem to be a recording. We could try to find one, but we don't have an audio necessarily of ours. So I feel like a video of ours. So I feel like we would be prolonging it and come to the exact same point we're at right now. There is one concern that I have, and that is that the Shelter Monitoring Committee had respectfully requested a training, a Sunshine Ordinance training, and we missed that. And so, I feel like they were making an effort, and I do have some concerns that all the members would be standing around you, and that perhaps, DCA 3, did explain that there's not necessarily just standing there doesn't necessarily constitute a seriatim meeting, but the appearance of it, the questioning of it is some concern. So one thing that I might suggest is that perhaps we could work together to reschedule a training so that we could come up with some of these issues. You've brought up a good issue. How would you necessarily, if you get conflicting information that you have to record it, and now we're saying you don't have to record it, where would you go? How would you resolve that? Member Need, did you?
Not at the moment.
Okay. Is there any motion?
Madam Chair?
Member Neem?
Yeah. I move to find violation of 67.14C on the part of the Shelter Monitoring Committee.
Is there a second? Member Snyder?
I have a question for DCA 3. So the version that we have, that at least Member Washburn and I have, doesn't have C. In your version of it, does it indicate when that was passed?
5/13/08.
No.
So what it says here, added by ordinance 80-08, comma, APP period 5/13/08. That's right under section C.
Why does the more recent version I have not have C then? I mean, it's been
Looking online.
Oh.
It's
okay.
on our website.
Got it.
Online.
All right, I got it.
Would your member Neem, did you have in mind to send this to Education Outreach and Training?
That would be the call of the chair, but certainly that would I would agree with that.
Well, is there any DCA 3? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, through the chair, one concern I'd raise for the task force is the complaint itself did not include a complaint that the respondent failed to record this. That's something that came up at the end of this hearing. So ordinarily, the respondent should be given an opportunity to look into the issues and provide a response, including consulting with their deputy city attorney on the issue. So that's just the concern I'd like to raise on that.
Madam Chair?
Member Neem?
If it's not out of order, I would like to ask a question of the respondent.
Okay.
Ms. Casey, you said that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said the city attorney, deputy city attorney told the committee that it did not have to record its meetings. Is that correct?
When I took this job in 2006. Okay. So I appreciate what the deputy city attorney said, but I can't speak necessarily for the chair right now. But if you want to find us because we did something we're not supposed to do, I don't have a problem with that, and I'll explain it to the chair. And from now on, we'll record everything. It's always been the committee's intent to follow Sunshine, follow all the rules. And if we fail to do that, then by all means, find us in failure to do it. And we'll try and record the meetings. We're working right now with the Department of Technology to, they will have like a webcam of our meetings, and we can post that to the website. So we're already pursuing that. But until that happens, I will bring my cassette tapes and record.
Ms. Casey, every 2 years, the city attorney provides sunshine and ethics training. The last time would have been in 2010. Did you attend that training?
I take the training online and also the committee members, although we're not required under the charter, the majority of committee members also take the sunshine training online on the city attorney's website. And I don't remember this being in that training, so I'll have to review it again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Member Snyder.
So just a thought, as a matter of procedure and I guess due process, not to use too lofty a phrase, it does seem perhaps inappropriate to find a violation on something that hasn't been formally brought as a complaint. I think the task force could decide to do it based on the fact that the person who would know about the recording and the person who could testify with any competence about the recording has testified here and told us that they don't record. However, the version of the ordinance that I think this is the same copy that we all have, doesn't have this requirement in there. So there's clearly a notice issue here with letting committees that are required to record know that they're required to record. Now, the law is the law, but the fact that the body that enforces this has a copy, and this is the copy that was provided to us, I've kept it since I became a member, doesn't include this requirement, I think suggests that at the very least we ought to maybe deal with this, at least let the Shelter Monitoring Committee respond in full as if it were a fully separate complaint. Now, whether that requires someone bringing a separate complaint alleging a violation of 67.14C, I don't know. Can the task force sort of sua sponte say, come to us at the next meeting, please, and explain why there's not a violation, sort of like an order to show cause?
Member Snyder, through the chair, Member Snyder, not to belabor this, but the respondent has stated that they have no objection to being found in violation. So it sounds to me like they want to work with the committee and they're fine with a violation and want to just move forward and get in compliance. So under those facts, I don't think there really is a due process issue. Clearly, this issue that you're raising about the versions of the ordinance that are being provided by the task force needs to be addressed by the task force.
Vice Chair Wolf.
I just want to remind all of us that, it's not the first time that when a complaint comes before us that new information that's connected with the complaint arises through testimony or through other evidence that we have found in violation that supports the complaint. Now, whether we can find a violation of the actual complaint, information has been made aware. Admission of violation has been made aware for us, specifically on this case, that allows or disallows us from actually adjudicating it because it should have been recorded. So, I don't see a problem necessarily with finding a violation because of that. My concern is, though, is their knowledge of it or not, and my other concern is whether their legal counsel informed them incorrectly or did not inform them of any updates to the ordinance. And so it's a bigger concern. So how to dispose of this is now the next question, and we've now spent another 20 minutes having mulled this particular item over. I'd like to try and find a way to dispose of it. There is a motion on the floor. I would like to see, I don't know, I personally would like to see that this be sent not just to EOT, but to compliance and amendments, have the DCA that is assigned to this committee be present at that meeting and find out exactly what's happening. I'd rather go on a little fishing expedition and find out where the source of this problem is and why, than to stick it kind of to a committee that possibly was ill-informed, which would not be their fault. So
It's not a willful violation, but it is a violation. I mean, it is
Correct.
there, and they do have to take the training, as Member Bernie said. Although I don't see a reason why we couldn't ask their advisor, their city attorney advisor, to appear before education, outreach, and training as opposed to compliance. Is that?
it's fine with me.
Madam Chair.
Say that. Could you say that again? I'm sorry. She's no longer with the
Deputy
city.
City Attorney Jennifer Williams is no longer
Okay.
with the City Attorney's office, and we have not been assigned a new city attorney,
Okay.
deputy city attorney. What I can provide and will provide to Chris is, if I still kept it, and I'm pretty sure 5 years I have, the email correspondence between Deputy City Jennifer Williams and I about this issue.
Okay. Member Nee?
Yeah, I really don't think it's necessary to drag this out much further. I mean, we know what we know. We know what we don't know. Sorry, Mr. Rumsfeld. And I don't think it's really necessary to drag this out much further. I think instead of calling people before this and that committee, yes, this should be sent to EOT. But beyond that, I think a simple letter to Ms. Casey and perhaps Mr. Lutton, CC'd to the city attorney, just informing them or reminding them of the obligation to record under 67.14C should suffice.
Is there public comment on the motion that's on the table?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. First, the placement on Mr. Pitt of having to prove or disprove what they did when they went into the recess is ridiculous, for the simple fact that in her testimony, the respondent said they continued to discuss the agenda item. They didn't discuss cheeseburgers. She didn't say that they discussed something else and didn't discuss it. She said we went into recess and then continued to discuss the agenda item. And the Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act both say that this decision should be made in full view of the public. She came back and said twice they made significant changes. And the fact that they simply read the changes after the fact doesn't change the fact that no member of the public attending that meeting has any idea as to how they came to those edits and what decisions were made when they were having this discussion in private. And the idea that we did this because we didn't want them to have to wait, they had to wait anyway. I mean, if they go into recess and you sit there for 10 minutes, or they have the discussion out loud where everybody can hear it, and it takes 10 minutes, it makes no difference. It's, makes no sense. The idea that any city body at this point in time, with the Sunshine Ordinance being in effect as long as it has, it's ridiculous to think that any body can meet in public and have facilities available where they can record and refuse to record is questionable. I took the rent board to there, and they came back and said, well, they're not enumerated in the charter, ergo. And I said, hey, what difference does it make? They've got millions of dollars of budget, and they can't come up with a $200 recorder to record their message, record their meeting so that members of the public can know what's going on, or a body like this can go back and listen to what they actually discussed to determine whether there was a problem. They admitted they went into recess and went and had a discussion. Now, they were all there. And whether or not they all participated in the discussion doesn't change the fact that they had a meeting in recess where all the members were physically present. If they chose not to participate, that really has nothing to do with it. They didn't go off and go to the restroom or do other things. They stood all there, and they were fully free. Some participated, some didn't. And the bottom line is Mr. Pitt shouldn't have to be here arguing, well, did they discuss anything? She said they came back from this editing process and made significant changes, which they then read to the public. But the public was denied any knowledge of how they came to those edits, how they accomplished them, what their were purposes, or anything else, and neither do you. So I think it really puts a complainant in an awkward position, saying, well, can you prove they didn't, especially where in this case they admitted they continued to discuss the agenda item. They didn't talk about cheeseburgers. They talked about the agenda item.
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, I missed the presentations here. I had to leave to do some supervisorial business and came back when Ms. Casey was saying that what they discussed up there was edits. That's business of the body. And under the law, which I will cite you, that is supposed to be done in public. I might note that your notebook here in the meeting room does not have 67.14C, only A and B, although thanks to the astute and alert Mr. Pitts pointing it out to me, there is some kind of files and whatnot from the city clerk's office, which if you know to look there in a completely different format and so on and so forth, you might figure out that that refers to this new 6714C, which passed in April 2008, well over 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago plus. Now, as to the specifics, first of all, a seriata meeting is a sequential meeting. In this case, it looks like they were having a meeting right up there in front of the public. Now, Ms. Casey, as I heard her say, this was so that they could consider other matters while these details were being discussed. But I didn't see in the hearing room, nor did I hear in the testimony, that other matters went forward while this discussion took place in the presence of what looked like quite a number of people. But even if it wasn't a majority of people present, it was a discussion about the business of the body. So let's refer to the Brown Act. The Brown Act says what the definition is of a legislative body in 54.952. And let me mention that I'm disappointed that your city attorney has not prepared you with a memo in advance discussing all the relevant citations. 54.952.B for boy says, what's the definition of a legislative body? That's the heading, definition of legislative body. As used in this chapter, legislative body means, Section B, a commission, committee, board, or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, decision-making or advisory, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body. So chew that one over and see if this applies to this group. Now, what is a meeting? 54.952.2, definition of meeting. A, as used in this chapter, comma, quote, meeting, unquote, includes any congregation of a majority of the members, let me repeat that, any congregation of a majority of the members of a legislative body at the same time and place to hear, discuss, or deliberate upon any item that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body or the local agency to which it pertains. So as far as I'm concerned, this was all done in the presence. It should have been done in front of the public. And even if she only talked with one member from looking around, it was business, and they were present, and that was a meeting to do their business, and it should have been public.
Thank
and what
you.
they did was an illegal meeting, which excluded the public. Thank you.
My name is Jason Grant Garza. Unfortunately, I've been here many, many times in front of this august, robust body, which I consider the Ministry of Sunshine, because nothing but illusion is here. I would like to remind you what the purpose of sunshine is for: to disinfect, to clean out, so that a healing can start. Now, earlier, Mr. Nee referred to Mr. Rumsfeld. I feel like channeling Mr. Rumsfeld also. You know, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. You know, here we can get to nothing. You know, the fact that the respondent came up and basically stated, you know, that the mics were left on was a little misleading to mislead everyone into believing, oh, well, then maybe we could get a recording so that Mr. Pitts could, you know, come up and argue for the recording, which took an extra 5 to 10 minutes of the time. Everything has been so carefully, craftedly laid out. Where is the truth in all of this? You know, the truth is you guys aren't performing. Everyone's gotten up and told you what is required under sunshine. The fact that this wasn't done correctly, now you're probably going to find against them. So what? You'll send it up to ethics. You won't send it up to ethics. They'll agree to change. You won't follow up to see if they have made any changes. What would the result be? Just a continuation? I just thought I'd ask the question.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed and the matter's back with the task force. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the motion, just as a reminder, is to find a violation of 6714C. Member Nee, was that?
That's correct.
That's
the sum total.
No, but for the Shelter Monitoring Committee, or were you naming Bernice Casey?
No, I was naming the Shelter Monitoring Committee.
Okay. Mr. Rustin, will you please call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Member Snyder?
Yes.
Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 8 ayes. The motion passes.
The matter is referred to the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee. Mr. Rustin, will you please read the next item, which I believe we're now back to item 5.
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're past 5 o'clock, but we normally do public comment at 5 p.m. This is public comment for matters that are not on the agenda.
Hi. If this is public comment time, I can now speak?
Yes.
All right. I just wanted to be sure. First of all, there's a lot of things that I want to ask questions about since it is the public comment time. I had submitted a couple of IDR requests, and I'm not very sure as to what the procedure is after you submit an IDR request, whether you're supposed to be responded to within 5 days to know whether it's accepted, whether it's not accepted, whether it's been dispensed with, any of those kind of things. I followed up with the chair, not received appropriate response, but then again, that's nothing new. The examples I can give you is I currently have an IDR against Haight-Ashbury for denial of medical services, and an IDR against Tom Waddell, Dr. Pace, is directly, specifically for medical records. Of course, that has not been responded to. I'm just very, very unaware of what the correct procedure is, and if it matters that there is a correct procedure, because apparently it doesn't seem like any procedure is ever followed correctly here anyway. I'd like to have some response to that. If not, I'll move on to my other items. Seeing no response, I'll move on. What is the process to reopen case 10038? Because that is the case against Tom Waddell in which I was denied medical services, and it was not ruled in my favor, even though there was an order of determination which was sent to the Ethics Commission, which there was no pending result to the violators. The reason that I'm asking for this case to be reopened is because there's new evidence. I've submitted to the task force's administrator prior orders of determination by this task force stating specifically and quite clearly that medical records do fall under sunshine. As a matter of fact, both of the determinations were in my favor against the Department of Public Health for violating sunshine requests for medical records. And the last one, which I received in 2007, which was in my favor, 2 of the affirmative votes. One was cast by our prestigious Mr. Nee, and the other one by Mr. Wolf. So that's another issue that I would like to be addressed with. If that's not possible, I guess I can move on to the next item. When will and what will address the comments made during my hearing in July for the ADA help that I had made, and I had spoken to the chair directly and informed in our July hearing that, I was not allowed ADA representation or help, and that the information that I was given was false and misleading, and that I had submitted, statements to that effect. I was told by the chair that we had a disagreement. I said that would be fine. Fortunately, we have the tape. We can go back and review these items. I've written the chair consistently about this and not received a response? When will I hear a response from this? If not, I'll move on to the next item.
Your 3 minutes are up, but most of the things that you've discussed are things that we'll have to respond partially from Mr. Rustum.
Well, we've already established the fact that he doesn't respond properly anyway, so what does that mean?
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Manetshaw. I would like to make an accommodation request for Mr. George Wooding. If Mr. Rustum would be so kind to get a chair up here at the smaller desk next to the podium before Mr. Wooding comes up, that would be great. As for the item that is not on the agenda, I have asked the task force before what action you are going to take and when on a follow-up letter of concern to interim Mayor Ed Lee regarding the Sukoff and Sunshine complaint that was heard by ethics and referred by ethics to the mayor's office for enforcement to remove Ms. Gomez from the Library Commission. So I would like to know what action the chair may have taken on some sort of follow-up letter to either ethics or to the mayor's office to find out why the mayor hasn't acted on the ethics referral that started in front of this body. Ms. Johnson?
You know, it's something we'd have to have on the agenda. It's something, we can't really have a discussion about something that's not on the agenda. There's no follow-up has been done at this time. So we'd have to have it placed on the agenda to have a discussion among the full task force.
So may I make a request that you put that on next month's full agenda, please?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. And this is just to let you know what's going on. As you know, the Ethics Commission has retreated to the familiar, and they are now dismissing out of hand by Mr. St. Croix's potentate power, or whatever he wants to call it, to simply not have them heard before the Ethics Commission. And I went on the 19th. They had a special meeting, and I told them whether they like it or not, they're going to hear the case. And if I have to do it 3 minutes at the beginning and 3 minutes at the end of every meeting from now until hell freezes over, they're actually going to hear the case. And I'm not going to allow Mr. St. Croix to violate my due process rights because the law says I bring these complaints to you. If you feel that there is appropriate grounds, you refer them to the appropriate body, and that appropriate body is supposed to take them up. And we all know the history substantiated by the civil grand jury report that ethics simply dismisses them on the recommendation of staff. And I said, fine, you want to do that. That doesn't stop me from coming here and just dragging out. We'll make it like a Chinese water torture. And you can just keep hearing over and over and over again how this is just another case where you have abrogated your responsibilities to take up referrals from the task force. And I will present my case because I think it's something that needs to be heard. But I'll also do it to make clear to the Ethics Commission that your abrogation of your responsibilities, and I consider a violation of their oath of office to support and defend the Constitution, also something that they're doing. And hey, if that's the only avenue they give me, I'll use it. So I appreciate the outcome, and please don't get the idea that when you make one of these determinations, it isn't necessarily going to serve any purpose, because I have found multiple ways of making useful, purposeful use of them.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda?
Yes, Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. First of all, thank you to the previous speakers, Messrs. Garza, Monet Shaw, and Hartz, for their thoughtful comments. As usual, you have some very astute, experienced, intelligent, and talented people providing you with information for your use and improvement and education. I referenced previously something about your schedule of meetings, and I appreciate Member Nee agreeing with the general thrust of not, I believe that's what he said, not having meetings that conflict with full Board of Supervisors meetings as a routine matter. But it seems to me that with sufficient notice, that could be considered a serious and worthwhile objective for this body. And even if you said, for example, let's do it in 1 year's time or even 2 years' time, this would give plenty of time for the members to adjust their schedules in advance prior to any change. And that, I think, would be something that you might consider doing rather than suddenly changing with a few months' notice as you would normally do with a meeting schedule. Incidentally, I would also recommend that you set in advance your alternate dates as you're doing now, but do it for the year in advance. You know when Thanksgiving is coming. Practically every year that I can recall, this body has changed its Thanksgiving and Christmas and holiday schedule. And why not just do it from the start with a little extra homework rather than having a schedule set every year and then every year at some point when people have already made vacation plans or not made vacation plans because they're expecting that their item might be heard. Now all of a sudden it's changed. All of that uncertainty could be avoided if you did a little bit more advanced planning for the year and set the schedule with the holidays in mind. I want to appreciate this body's new leadership and its thoroughly considering all of the matters before it and asking a lot of questions. Of course, I'm disappointed when it doesn't do exactly what we suggest. But one thing that I have said in the past, and that is, if you want to improve the operation of this body in a serious way, it seems to me that you should solicit the public seriously, ask the public, and in the broadest possible invitation to the public, what they have found works and what they have found doesn't work with Sunshine, with the task force, etc. And I've spoken about that before. I think that would be a very useful thing to schedule for a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda?
John St. Croix announced that the proposed regulations dealing with Sunshine cases would be taken up at their next Ethics Commission meeting, which I believe is the second Monday of next month. My concern is that you won't get a chance to have a real serious look at them before they get to the commission for discussion. So it might help to ask for it as soon as you can, and if possible, schedule some sort of meeting, whether it's the Compliance and Amendments Committee or some larger meeting, to look at what Mr. St. Croix has ginned up for the commission. I think that without having a serious attendance by this body at the Ethics Commission meetings, when these come up, because they will come up, to speak to them, that you may end up with something that is a lot less than what you're entitled to. And for that reason, I'm here and making this point. I really think it's important because, as Mr. Hartz just said, if you give St. Croix this much, he'll take the whole hand. If you give him a hand, he'll take the arm. And it's pretty clear from the way he writes these dismissal letters that he uses theories that are partly true and partly not true to report back to the commission that there's no probable cause and under regulations, which of course he shouldn't be following in the first place. So I'm urging you to look at this really seriously and to take the time to move with the Ethics Commission as they move on these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda?
Well, I would just request that you just look. I would request that you look into the Sunshine Ordinance and just consider the various places that the Sunshine Ordinance would be placed and see if all the copies are current. Because I wonder if I go to the San Francisco Public Library or any of the other law libraries, would I get a current copy of the Sunshine Ordinance? Or if I was to go to the various numerous websites regarding the Sunshine Ordinance, I wonder if I would get a current copy. I mean, the ordinance that they read off today, it was like the first time I heard about it. And the copy that I have is probably several years old, but I guess I'm just surprised that, that I wasn't even informed that there was an attachment and an update about this.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Vice Chair Wolf and then Member Nee.
Madam Chair and members, I want to echo some of the a couple of the comments that were made around the responses to our orders of determination that have been forwarded to the Ethics Commission. I was very disturbed that of the ones that we received. I'm not going to belabor the point because it probably should be done at the end of the meeting during announcements. But I think, though, whenever we receive a response, it should be put on the agenda, and we should have some ample opportunity to discuss it, especially if there are anomalies or misinterpretations. I was particularly disturbed by all of them that were sent back because of the body of policy that they chose to follow in order to carry out our orders.
Member Nee.
Yeah, I want to address Mr. Manette Shaw's remarks particularly regarding the lack of mayoral action on the Library Commission, President, Jewel Gomez. One of the last things I did before stepping aside as chair was to send a letter directly to Mayor Lee asking that he act on this matter. I have not heard back from him. That's all I can tell you at this point. But I did send a letter, and whether he intends to fire Ms. Gomez or not, I guess that remains to be seen. It seems to me that when he took the job as mayor, he took an oath to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And by letting Ms. Gomez continue in her post as Library Commission President, Mayor Lee has failed in that regard.
Thank you, Member Nee, for
We
taking that
we cannot
leadership.
have more public comment on it. I'm sorry, because it's not an item on the agenda. Member Washburn?
Yes, I just wanted to remind members of the Compliance and Amendments Committee and inform the other members of the task force and the public that we drafted a letter to members of the Ethics Commission and CC'd Supervisor Campos about our desire to have a joint meeting. The a joint meeting of the Compliance and Amendments Committee and the Ethics Commission regarding our proposed changes to their regulations regarding the Sunshine Ordinance. We have, according to Mr. Rustin, we have not heard back from them. The letter went out about 10 days ago. And I'm trying to recall what our strategy was going to be if we hadn't heard in a timely manner. I think we were going to perhaps ask Supervisor Campos to himself contact the Ethics Commission requesting the meeting. So like I said, he was CC'd on the letter that we sent to them. So he's the one who suggested that we get together and hash this out. So I just wanted to let everybody know the status of that.
Okay, Mr. Rustin, could you read the next item? I believe it was item 5.
The next item is item number 5, reconsideration of a complaint filed by Frank McDowell against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency for allegedly not providing documents associated with a drive cam.
Is Mr. McDowell present? You will have, I'd just like to remind the task force that we had heard this last meeting, but we continued it to this meeting because Mr. McDowell was not present. So there was some additional information that Mr. McDowell wanted to present. So this hearing is not, this is about whether we would like to reopen the case based on this evidence, not actually on rehearing the case. So Mr. McDowell, you'll have 5 minutes.
I was informed.
If you could speak into the mic, so thank you.
My name is Frank McDowell. I was informed through your letter, the Sunshine letter, that I didn't have to be here, that you were only going to discuss the issues at hand that were in there. But let me reiterate, the drive cam was implemented to be a training facility, as your investigation concurred. I've asked many times through management for graphs, but they keep submitting the same papers that they first submitted. As of March, the Sunshine Act sent me to my home evidence that the graphs do exist. So I've been waiting for management to, the MTA to submit what I've requested. I've asked it through a letter. I've asked through a letter that for acts for unavoidable accident, drive cam, tampering, safety, schedules, red lights, rolling stops, AWOL, cell phone, conduct discourtesy, ADL, charts, similar docs under the guise of drive cam. I've asked for it all. They keep on sending things from March of 2009 before they ever did discipline. Furthermore, the discipline, there's nothing in our collective bargaining agreement to allow them to discipline. They are violating our collective bargaining agreement as of July 2004 to 2011. There was no use for drive cam. It states in our collective bargaining agreement that third-party reports that are not supported by a first-party report will be dismissed and not be counted against an employee or operating division. A third-party report that supports a first-party report will be used as a witness-only report and not be counted as a separate occurrence against an employee. There was no discipline supposed to be used. They were supposed to be for training purposes. Management has... when we turned down the contract, management started implementing disciplinary action under the drive cam. I want to show that they did this to extort money from the employees. They said they needed $21 million. They've taken our trust fund. That's about $10 million, and they've been disciplining our employees to the utmost without due process. The drive cam has been, as of 2011, our members voted down the contract, but they, through some type of mediation, they've implemented it as of 2011, but I've filed a National Labor Relations Board action on 13C against that. So this is where we are. They have not abided or sent in the papers that I've requested for the sunshine, for the drive cam. Thank you.
Mr. McDowell, if in the last few minutes, I'm wondering if you might address the new evidence that you feel. How do you feel that this evidence is something new that we should reopen the case?
The evidence is that you, the Sunshine Task Force staff itself, sent to my home graphs. These graphs, management keeps sending.
So you're saying that you received documents that are what you had asked for?
Yes, management just keep on sending color charts.
You're saying that this new document is what you had asked for?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody in the audience to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? You have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Mike Bernardo. I'm a Muni operator too, and I would like to second what Mr. McDowell said. Muni did assure us that that would not be used for discipline. And someone that works for the company that invented them once rode my bus and said they invented them for liability purposes, not to discipline operators. But they told us a lie, and everything they have been doing for this year is in violation of the contract, like arbitrary disciplines and ignoring progressive discipline, and just, they're acting like we are a non-union operation, and this has to stop. Because as I've said before to this task force, this is not Alabama. This is San Francisco, California. But this is a union state, not a right-to-work state. Something must be done to rein them in. They do not have absolute power. If they don't like it, they could look for different jobs. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the audience to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Yeah, Thank you for coming, Mr. Hill. You'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. Mr. McDowell specifically asked, as he stated, that, and I'm using his words off of his letter that's been over and over again, I'm asking under the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, Section 6254C, that you provide a matrix of all discipline as it results from DriveCam. So what we did is that we presented him the matrix that we had. It wasn't something that we continued, and you've seen this over and over again, in which he showed. It was a study that was done that basically showed the difference between, or a trend between, DriveCam and non-DriveCam discipline. So what Mr. McDowell keeps asking for is asking for only what we have. We keep giving him exactly what we have. Now, before I came before the task force, and I was told no matter how many times he asked, we have to do it. So we went a step further, and that is we sent a letter to him on a couple of occasions saying, is there anything else you want? Just tell us what you want, just for clarification. Is there any kind of way that we basically can help you? Now, what happened next, after we had come several times here, and of course, all of our folks had the training, as you know, on the Sunshine Task Force and what we're supposed to do and so forth and so on. Well, after all of that happened and everything was resolved, then there came, quote, unquote, new information or new evidence that was supposed to substantiate that we had information and we were withholding it. The information that he's referring to that was sent to you was actually not sent by us. What it was sent by was Dorian Maxwell, who basically was supporting the case of Frank McDowell. Now, what Mr. Maxwell asked for was something totally different than what Mr. McDowell asked for. This is the letter from 2 days later. Mr. McDowell made his on March 16th. Mr. Maxwell made his on March 18th. Now, what Mr. Maxwell asked, and I'll just read and pass it around, it says, I'm writing under the Freedom of Information Act, AKA the Sunshine Ordinance, that the SFMTA furnish a detailed list of all suspensions and terminations, no names, just offenses and amount of time served or termination dates for all 9163 transit operators from the period of June 2010 through March 18, 2011. So Mr. McDowell asked for a matrix, which we gave him, of the drive cam instances. What Mr. Maxwell asked for was a list of a different type of all type of discipline. And what they did in the labor relations is we didn't have this list. Someone went and worked 3 or 4 days, all day, trying to put it together, which is different altogether, and provided it to Mr. Maxwell. So Mr. Maxwell sends a fax to this gentleman here and also copies Mr. McDowell, and he says this is new evidence. It's totally two different things. And even if Mr. McDowell wanted this information, we'd give it to him, or any other information, but he keeps going back to the drive cam and the discipline and so forth. We've given him everything that we have, and if he wants anything else, most certainly he can have it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Member Snyder.
Mr. McDowell, could I ask you a couple questions? So the new evidence is this chart here. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Can you, well, let me start at a more basic, more fundamental point. My understanding of what you're seeking is information about discipline that resulted from or was in some way connected to the drive cams. Is that right?
I'm asking for all discipline that was...
Microphone, please.
I'm requesting discipline that happened. Furthermore, can I submit this letter here, right there? I asked for everything that's on that letter there. I asked for all discipline, suspensions, safety issues, anything that was happening under the drive cam, in a chart like this. Anything that was disciplined under drive cam from the dates that I had requested.
Yeah, and I think we've believe it's the same letter.
Yeah, I think it says under the drive cam, which is what you're getting at.
So we've seen this letter, I think, and we've dealt with this. Our job tonight here is to determine whether this chart, we've decided, well, when we addressed this case before, we decided that the MTA failed to respond to you in a timely fashion, but we did not find that they didn't produce what you asked for. And so this hearing here tonight is to determine whether this chart shows that there is some evidence they have or there is information they have that they're not providing to you. And I don't see how the chart shows that, because what this chart, the one that Mr. Maxwell received and provided to us, what this appears to show is disciplines generally, and it shows the basis for the charge, and then it shows the resulting penalty.
Do you also see drive cam issues on here?
I do. I see the word drive cam mentioned several times, and it looks to me that is, it's in the second to the left-hand column under the title charge. That's the location where I see drive cam appear.
Any of these incidents could be drive cam incidents. It could the cell phones. Any of these could have been calls derived from the drive cam.
But were they? Does the chart show that these were derived from the drive cam?
Well, here it said drive cam tampering.
Well, and that's the only time that I see drive cam come up, and that doesn't seem. My understanding of what you were looking for were disciplines.
Exactly something like this. They have it. If they've been disciplined people, they have it.
Well, but this doesn't show discipline that's necessarily related to drive cams, as far as I can tell.
It says drive cam dismissal. Settlement for 2-day suspension.
Where does? Yeah, drive cam tampering. Which?
Yes.
All right.
But Member Snyder, what you're saying is that it may not be a result from the drive cam. It's just that they were accused of tampering with the drive cam.
Right. It appears to me that where the words drive cam show up is in where the charge it was that the driver was tampering with the drive cam. Am I reading that incorrectly?
It's drive cam incident. It's a drive cam incident.
Right.
Red lights. I've been just suspended because of red lights because of the drive cam. Stop signs. I've been suspended for the drive cam for stop sign. Any of these incidents on here could be because of the drive cam. Any and all of these incidents for suspension, any of these could be for drive cam. Furthermore, when Dorian Maxwell came to speak in my behalf, they got him up for termination. But he was here less than a second. They did retaliatory to get him fired for showing up at this hearing.
Member Snyder, were you done?
Now, you cannot be disciplined. You cannot be disciplining employees and not have a chart and not know who's being disciplined. I'm not asking for the names. I'm just asking for, just like this chart, not a color-coded as they've been doing. That shows nothing.
All right.
If they do this, you see how all these suspension days, how much money, this shows how much money they've collected under disguise of drive cam. This here will show how much money they've collected on these suspension days.
Vice Chair Wolf.
So I want to get to the point here of we're here to determine whether to reconsider this so we can have this discussion. The issue of the document that is in our agenda, I don't have the original complaint, but the original complaint, from what I can gather, was pretty extensive. And, this particular document that is in the agenda, the charges could have been because of drive cam. And so he's trying to gather as much information as he can to maybe correlate or corroborate with other documents that he has or has not received. I think there's the argument is worthy. I think it's worthwhile for us to hear the case and have whatever evidence that he has or doesn't have, or evidence to show that other evidence exists that in the world that he was not afforded, be presented so that we have an opportunity to properly adjudicate it.
I'd like to also say that
I'm sorry, we have to maintain order, so you'll get an opportunity to rebut if there's no further discussion. Okay, so first the respondent, and then you will be able to have an opportunity, 3 minutes to rebut, but the respondent gets to go first.
Yes.
Mr. Hill, did you have, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. On this particular sheet that Dorian Maxwell asked for, you'll notice that it has all kind of stuff, discourtesy, accidents, schedules, things that are not related to drive cam. Generally, if it was drive cam, it would be on red lights. It could be, or it may be the picture taken. Could be either way. But in the reality of it is, it's how it was captured. Now, remember, too, also that this document here is not something that someone keeps. We didn't know anything about Sunshine, so what happened was when they put this information together, I'm talking about it's gathering the information, someone went and literally put this together, and if you'll notice on the left-hand side, just as evidence of it, is that it's not in a chronological order. The dates are all over the place. So what someone was trying to do for Mr. Maxwell was they was trying to gather all of the information. They spent hours and hours of time trying to do it. So that's where that is. So let's just say, for example, you were to go ahead on and say, let's look for more information. Well, the only information we have related to drive cam that we have is in the matrix that you showed. The other thing, as far as the all discipline, a staff person in labor relations actually went and pulled all of this together. So if that is a request that he wants, we could go back and perhaps work on that. But what we couldn't do is separate to find out whether or not the red light was drive cam, which it could have been, or it could have been a stoplight. But things like discourtesy and running ahead of schedule and avoidable accident, obviously, and AWOL, that's obviously not nothing that would be related to drive cam. So from the way I understand it and all of the training we receive, if we have the documents, have the information, or we can readily get it easily, then that's something that we have to do. But if it's something that we don't normally do in the course of our business, and I may be wrong, if I am, I'm sure you will get me on it, but if it isn't something we normally do or out of our order of business, then we wouldn't just go back and build up a whole lot of research and stuff for someone that wants it. Now, on the other hand, we would also welcome Mr. McDowell. Well, I don't know if they could do that, let him go through the records, because there would be names of people on there. But whatever we need to do to resolve this, I'm asking that we get this resolved, and possibly tonight, because I've come down here a lot of times. However, I'll continue to come, but I mean, there's got to be an end somewhere or some other way that we can get this done without coming and spending all this time. Thank you.
Thank you. The matter's back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
Yeah, I move to reconsider this item, put it back on the agenda.
Is there a second? Seeing no second. What? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I totally, completely forgot about the complainant. Mr. McDowell, you had been standing up there before, and I talked to you, and I completely did it backwards. You have 3 minutes.
You know, in each incident of a drive cam, a picture is taken. An incident report is taken. You're called in for discipline. There's a report taken. Management is not being truthful. You know, in each incident, there's a picture of the incident. There's a recording. Then they started their disciplinary system. The discipline is not supposed to be used, but that's what they're doing. You know. So I need my paper back also. But that's all I'm asking for is what I requested in this letter, which this was David Hill answer to it. he says you have requested a copy of graphs of suspension for inattention to duties, unavoidable and avoidable acts, drive cam tampering, safety schedules, red lights, rolling stops, AWOL, cell phone conduct, discourtesy, ADL, charts. People being fired every day. Every day. They have it. That's all I want to show is how much they're extorting from our employees under the guise of discipline.
Thank you. The matter's back with the task force. Member Washburn?
I second Member Wolf's motion.
And
reconsider.
Member Snyder, did you have a question?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the task force has already decided the issue of whether the graphs that the MTA produced were responsive, and we decided that they were. We found no violation for that, and we've already gone through that investigation, and it was a fairly detailed investigation. And the question before us tonight is whether the chart that was provided suggests that there's any further evidence that the MTA was not producing. And I don't see it. I see in the chart that there have been instances of discipline that are related to the drive cam, but that's the information, the charts that they provided, which I suggest, Member Wolf, you should look at, say that. The charts that the MTA gave to Mr. McDowell show that there were disciplines related to drive cam. The new chart doesn't show anything different, doesn't even suggest, in my view, that there's new or different information. So, in my view, reopening the case isn't warranted.
Vice Chair Wolf?
In response to Member Snyder's premise, the complainant just showed a document with a picture from a drive cam that we have already adjudicated on previous cases to be part of these drive cam records. Those were not provided to Mr. McDowell. And that is what he was asking for. He was asking, I mean, if you're going to call this a chart, okay, I don't believe that Mr. Hill is regarding this as a chart. He's regarding a chart as being like a bar graph. That's a chart. Okay, what is a matrix? Well, Mr. McDowell may think that this is a matrix, but matrix is a very specific kind of document or term that the MTA uses. Okay, and I think that we're dealing with a semantical issue here because of an employee that's not readily available or readily has any business to delve into these issues, which doesn't really know. He's asking for whatever information that he could possibly get. I think it's compelling to me that if he's asking for drive cam incidents, or incidents with a CE at the end, not a TS at the end, incidents of drive cam reports, and there are, as he just held up, a supervisor's report that they use for, or an inspector's report that they use for discipline that shows drive cam photos, images, and if those weren't provided to him, even redacted, okay, so that he can corroborate even information on this document, then I think it's worthwhile to research that, because that is exactly the case that came before us in the Maxwell case, that he was looking for any and all kind of information, and we were able to get that for him, okay? Right now, I think we're talking about semantics. These are specific terminology that is familiar and understandable to the administration because they work with it every day, but not familiar to the rank and file because they don't deal with it every day. They're behind the wheel of a bus. So that's my reason. I want to hear that, and I want to hear exactly the information that Mr. McDowell was looking for that he didn't get a chance to do in front of us.
But I have one thing is that I think that the chart was prepared especially for Mr. Maxwell's request. And one of the things that they requested in the original case was a matrix on all discipline as result from drive cam, and perhaps they didn't see it as such because some of these don't result from drive cam. So it may suggest that there are additional documents out there, but that might be a clue as to a new request as opposed to continuing a request that we already heard. He may need to, now that this is available, you can see that he may need to ask for photographs. He may need to ask for other things, but the matrices that I don't know if that's a word, that they keep seem to be the bar graphs. This was specially prepared, so may not have been necessarily readily come to mind as the matrix of the drive cam. So I think that it suggests a new document request as opposed to that there is more information out there that they would be given.
Well, I don't have the original complaint in front of me. So without the original complaint in front of me, it's hard for me to discern what exactly he was asking for. But based upon the information that I have in front of me, it seems more semantical than it does in anything else. This particular document,
on page 39, it specifically talks about a graph or a matrix of our. If that helps you, Jim, just offering that.
I want to see the original complaint or the original request that Mr. McDowell had made to MTA. That is the basis of this whole complaint. So without that, it makes it impossible for me to adjudicate that. Number two, just so for the edification of Mr. Hill, that
Wolf, it's in the packet.
Where? What page?
It's with the agenda item.
Not the complaint to us. What?
Right there.
What page?
It's packet number 39. Look,
No, that's the reopening, I think.
That's for us. I'm talking about his request to MTA for the documents. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. This document that was created specially for Mr. Maxwell, I mean, it's if the information is public and it's not organized in a fashion that is readily available to the public, and a member of the public requests that information, and it has to be created in a new way that doesn't currently exist, the department can and must do that for a price.
You don't have to create a document.
No, they don't have to at all.
No.
There's a lot of law that says, in my personal view, unfortunately, but that says that departments aren't obligated to create new records. They're not obligated to create charts as a general proposition.
We've been through this before, where we've had respondents that have said that have tried to charge members of the public additional money.
That's copies. That's for copies.
No, it was not for copies. It was for creating special documents. But the documents had already existed in the form that was available. If they had to create new documents, they could charge for the additional labor to make those documents of information that is already public. And I don't have my. I'd have to sit here and go through the ordinance to find the particular code. But be it as it may, my concern is that Mr. McDowell, this is just like, to me, this is more or less like the Maxwell case. He's asking for information that they have specific to DriveCam, and whether he asked for what he didn't get what he asked for. That is obvious. And that's why he's back here asking for reconsideration.
Member Costa and then Member Washburn.
With regard to that last point about the creation or aggregation of information that is available but isn't in a certain format, to me it seems like an analogy might be, requesting a list of correspondence or, some sort of chart in that sense. It's not existent in that form, but it's reasonable to request that aggregation of. It's not?
No.
Okay.
But continue with your.
That was the premise of my point. So if that's not true, then that's not true.
Member Washburn.
Yes. After Member Wolf made his motion, I was tempted not to support it until Mr. McDowell showed us the picture from a drive cam that was given to a supervisor for disciplinary action. So apparently this is the type of information he needs. It seems to be available. I don't want to see him have to make a new request and a new complaint. We have the respondent who wants to continue working through this matter. So I, again, support this motion for us to reconsider this case, because now we know that there is information out there that shows that there are drive cam pictures available, that these pictures are used to support disciplinary action. This is the research that Mr. McDowell is wanting to do.
But you realize he didn't ask for photos.
He asked for a whole lot of things for a particular purpose, and we have always ruled that when it's clear as to what the respondent needs in terms of information, that the agency work with the person to obtain that information, even if that person didn't specifically ask for it in a particular way because he didn't know. So, this is really about information, not about semantics, not about format.
On page 43 of the order of determination that we're considering, on page 43 of our packet, Mr. McDowell said he specifically needed the breakdown on discipline stemming from camcorder recordings by racial, ethnic, and type of discipline. He said the charts provided them to cover the trial period when the cameras were first attached and nothing after that. He said the response to his request was untimely. He's specifically asking for this matrix. So it's difficult to, we already found that we had already investigated the idea of what he needed at the time, and it wasn't like you said we need all these photos, and they said the photos don't exist. So we have to be cautious about going back. The photo he has may represent some additional documents that are available through the MTA, but my concern is that all the original documents seem to reflect an idea of a graph or a matrix or a chart. And I just wanted to. I wanted to hear your. But I just wanted, Member Washburn. I wanted to hear your.
Well, again, I think it's. A member of the public is, when a member of the public goes to an agency and requests information, he or she is looking for information for a particular purpose, and may not know exactly what form that information comes in or is available in, but has an idea of what he or she needs for a particular purpose. And so terms like matrix and what it says here is a breakdown. And, to me, a breakdown could be a bunch of photographs that you could, with some information about what they mean, you could sort them out, and that would be sort of a breakdown. But, I think that we should, one of our purposes here is to make sure that members of the public get information that they need, work with agencies to help the members of the public. Seems to me that we have Mr. Hill, who's been very diligent about coming here, wanting to work with us and be helpful here. So I'd like to see what we can do to move this along, not to backtrack a few steps.
Okay. Member Snyder, and then Vice Chair Wolf, and then.
I think it's important as a procedural matter, but more importantly for the credibility of this body, that we stick with the decisions that we make unless there's good reason to go away from them. And I think we've heard this issue. We've heard a lot of evidence and testimony. It was a couple of months ago, and so not everybody remembers. But we've decided whether the MTA responded to his request, and we decided that they had. And so I think the sole question before us right now, out of respect for our own prior decisions and out of respect for consistency of the body, is whether the new chart provided gives us a good reason to go back and open the case up. And I submit that it does not. And I also submit that the photograph that Mr. McDowell presented tonight doesn't either, even if it were newly submitted evidence that we had had a chance to consider. I don't think that, well, I'll just stop there. I don't think either the photograph or the chart provide reason to go back and reopen a decision that we've already made in an order of determination that we've already issued.
Vice Chair Wolf and then Member Costa.
All I can say is that it does say right in here on page 43, fifth line from the bottom, quote, he said the documents that were produced were not the ones that he requested, unquote.
But we decided that we didn't agree with that. The task force has already decided that it disagrees with that statement. Otherwise, we would have found that the MTA had not produced the documents.
Member Costa.
I thank Member Snyder for framing the issue that way. I think it's really useful. And initially, I agreed that I don't think there's really grounds for reopening the determination. However, I think that this in a certain sense, this matrix does make it clear that there is information out there that is categorizable as related to drive cam, even if that's tampering, even if that goes no further than tampering with a drive cam. I think that's pretty arguably related to, that's a drive cam related issue. And I actually will revisit the analogy of requesting a list or a chart of correspondence. If someone made that request, they might not be able to get the chart, but it seems pretty reasonable that it's within the responsibility of the keeper of records in whatever department they're being requested from to direct the requester to the pieces of correspondence themselves. They might not be made to compile a chart, but it does seem reasonable that they should provide the correspondence itself that was being requested. And I think the same thing here is true. If there are records here that make it clear that there are certain incidents related to DriveCam, it was the responsibility of the agency to help Mr. McDowell find them. And so I don't know. I might be compelled to rehear it on the basis of that, and also, if there are pictures associated with other information, I think that's. It seems possible that there actually is more information out there.
Is there a public comment on the motion?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I think you're getting hung up on a procedural error, procedural matters on how you need to handle this. The bottom line is he requested all this information related to DriveCam. We now have in front of you evidence that there are pictures that were not produced. And yes, he asked for the graph. He got the graph. He asked for a matrix. He got a matrix. Did he specifically say, I want the pictures of the DriveCam pictures? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But he was obviously asking for assistance in identifying documents. They knew they had the pictures. They could have told him at any time, do you want the pictures? And they didn't do that. And now he's coming back and saying, look, now here's a picture. Now I could have gotten pictures, and these pictures relate to all the other stuff. And basically, I think from what I'm hearing, his request was broad enough that it really covered pretty much. He wanted help in identifying any documents they had that related to DriveCam usage for disciplining employees. They gave him a bunch of stuff. I'll give him credit for that. Whether or not it's appropriate to reopen the case, or whether it is appropriate to say file another complaint, and we will look at it and say, yes, this probably should have been on the original complaint, but since it isn't, we don't have to really think too hard on this. Give him the pictures.
Is there additional public comment on the motion?
Yeah, I have additional public comment. Once again, I'm unfortunately Jason Grant Garza, who's been before this august, robust task force. I liked what Mr. Wolf said over here about, you know, the reconsideration and the reasons for his reconsideration because of the new evidence. I think you guys have backed away once again, what Sunshine and the purpose of Sunshine is, you know, to help the complainant get what he clearly needs. If the complainant is a disabled person, let's just, for example, say myself, who might not be able to articulate per the fashion in which people are normally accustomed to hearing because maybe they're not accustomed to the truth, then that person needs to be worked with. Unfortunately, it's not happening. Another comment I'd like to make is about David Schneider making the comment over here about, you know, respecting prior decisions that this august body has made. Well, I find that kind of hard because in my particular case, for example, I have 2 orders of determination ruling that medical records fall under Sunshine when I had requested them through the Department of Public Health, and in case 10038, it was decided it wasn't. So apparently, even this commission doesn't respect the prior commission's own orders of determination. So I don't really know where to go from here. I hope you can understand my confusion.
Is there additional public comment on the motion?
No, he spoke that.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. You spoke on behalf of the complainant. So you can't do both. Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, the motion is back with the task force. Mr. Rustum, can you call the roll? This is for a motion to reconsider this case.
Yes, Madam Chair. On the motion, Member Snyder?
No.
Snyder, no. Member Nee?
No.
Nee, no. Member Manny?
Pass.
Manny, pass. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Manny?
Aye.
Manny, aye. Member Johnson?
No.
Johnson, no. Madam Chair, we have 5 ayes and 3 noes.
So the motion passes, and we'll reschedule the hearing.
Next hearing.
I'm going to declare a 5-minute recess. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. Okay, we have a few developments that I need to address. We're going to be losing quorum at 9 o'clock, which we just found out. So there are a number of cases that probably will not be able to get to. There's nothing I can do about losing quorum at this moment, so I cannot answer the question at this moment. I can't answer the question at this moment. Don't answer for me. Do not answer for me. You can answer what you want, but you may not put words in my mouth. So I just want to let people know we're going to get started and go forward. It's very difficult for me to make a determination of which cases we'll get to and which cases we will not get to. We have approximately wait, what time is it? That's off a little bit.
2 hours plus.
Okay, so we have approximately 2 hours. And rather than if there are people present, parties present that want to continue theirs, we can do that. But unless that is something that somebody wants to take up at this moment, I'm going to go ahead and go on to the next item so that we can use the 2 minutes wisely. Are you interested in continuing your item? Are you interested in continuing your item? Is the respondent for Mr. Jason Grant Garza's case here? Is it the Department of Public Health, or do we know through the Mr. Rustam?
Through the chair, Madam Chair, the respondent from the Public Health said she will be monitoring the audio part of this proceedings and come when the appropriate time is come at the appropriate time.
She's monitoring. Is that the person that just left?
No, that's
another okay.
Person, yes.
Somebody different. So the person that is the respondent to your case is monitoring the audio and may or may not be.
How are they doing?
How are we going to know if they know what's going on now if he wants to continue it? Are you here? Is that you?
The representative for, I think, for your item has instructed me that when the item comes up, I should contact the person.
So, Mr. Garza, are you interested in continuing your item? Okay, then there's no reason for us to contact her right now at this minute. So, Mr. Rustam, can you please read the next item so we can try to make it through?
Madam Chair, point of information. Can we have the administrator tell us all the communications of respondents that are not available for tonight?
I believe we have.
Have we gotten all of them?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you read the next item?
Item number 6 is the Compliance and Amendments Committee has referred file number 11042, Cynthia Carter against the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, back to the task force with a recommendation that the matter be forwarded to the Ethics Commission for failure to comply with the order of determination.
Is Ms. Carter present? Is a representative from the SFMTA present?
Point of order. Chair, I might wish to ask if there's anybody to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant.
Is there anybody to? Well, you mean after we determine?
No.
On her behalf?
Well, if she is not present,
right?
But there may be somebody to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant before we hear from the respondent.
Well, I wasn't going to call necessarily the respondent up. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was going to ask if we wanted to move forward without Ms. Carter present. Do you want to hear from the MTA? Okay, so we're going to move forward without Ms. Carter present since Ms. Celaya is available. And let the record reflect again that Ms. Carter is not here. So is there anybody in the audience to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, Ms. Celaya will have 5 minutes to present. I just wanted to take one quick moment and remind the task force that we did hear this compliance and amendments, and no action had been taken on the order of determination at that time. So if you want to respond, if you want to present your case.
That is correct. No action had been taken at that time, and since that committee meeting, we have, I have gone back to staff and asked them to, again, go through files and see if there was anything that had been held back. Specifically, the 2 times that Ms. Carter was here before this body, she and before the committee, was more specific about her request. Initially, she just said, "my files." And we had asked her for clarification. We interpreted that to mean her personnel files, and she has been provided those personnel records. As I said, when she was here 2 times before, she was more clear on some of those items. I made a list and went through to staff, and we've provided her, as of yesterday, with the majority of the documents that she was seeking. Some of the documents we are unable to provide. She had indicated last time she was at the committee meeting that she would sign the waiver, but she did not do so. We have not received that from her. So some of the information has either been redacted to protect her privacy rights, and some of it has been redacted to protect the privacy rights of some members of the public. For instance, with our passenger service reports, the complaints, we redacted some of that information, but she was provided with that information. The only thing that I believe is outstanding from her request is the maintenance mechanical records on the buses that she drove. I'm working with staff to provide her with what we have electronically. She was employed with the agency, I believe, beginning in 1999, so the records go back very far, and a lot of those are not electronic. What we are going to suggest for her is that she make an appointment with staff, and she can go through those records that are in hard copy, and she can make copies. We can provide copies with of those records that she is seeking. So that is pretty much where it stands. And I've also provided the task force with the copies as well of the documents that we provided to her to keep you informed of our progress on this request. So again, as I stated, the only thing I believe that's outstanding are the mechanical records. Everything else that she has sought has either been provided or it's been explained to her in a letter reasons why we weren't able to provide it. And I have hard copies here. I thought she was here. If for some reason she didn't get the email, I wanted her to have it in that form.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matters with the task force.
Madam Chair.
Member name?
Yeah, I just have a question on what it is we're really discussing here. The agenda has it down as a referral from compliance amendments with a recommendation to refer this to the Ethics Commission. And my own, this was for failure to comply with the order of determination. Now, my own recollection, and maybe somebody else will have a different recollection, but my own recollection, Ms. Carter first requested the documents on May 12th. The task force found violation on August 23rd. The order of determination came forth on September 2nd. And as of the Compliance and Amendments Committee meeting of 2 weeks ago, October 11th, at least some of the requested documents had not been provided. And I think that's, I think that kind of frames the context on where we should move forward from here.
Are you meaning that you want to focus on that they did not provide the documents?
And as of, the question here is, you have a 5-month period in which a number of documents were not requested, a whole slew of documents were not provided that had been requested, and that is the question before us, I think, as to whether that constitutes reason to send this to ethics.
Member Washburn?
I think that tonight we see that there is, with Ms. Saleha's appearance, there is someone here who's knowledgeable about all of this. And our frustration has been, as before tonight, MTA did not send someone who could directly inform us as to the whereabouts of these records, nor were they being very helpful with Ms. Carter's request and helping her pinpoint what it is that she wanted. I mean, that Ms. Saleha, admitted as such just a minute ago. So I think it's great that Ms. Carter is finally getting the records that she sought, but it's been really, really difficult getting to this point. And you're right, it took a very long time. And we found violation for not providing the documents in a timely manner, but failure to direct the complainant to the appropriate context and failing to send a knowledgeable representative. Those things happened and continue to happen. And so I think compliance and amendments referred this matter to the full task force because of all of that history. And I think, nothing's changed to negate those reasons for us seeking to send this on to ethics. The good news is that the documents are now forthcoming. So that's just to provide further background.
If there's no additional discussion, then the respondent and the complainant will each have 3 minutes, although I just still do not see the complainant present. So, Ms. Saleha, is there any response that you would like to make?
The way that I read this is that the committee referred it here to go before the Ethics Commission on violation of failure to comply with the order of determination. That is true that we did fail to comply with that. That was just my error, and I just wanted to be clear that at that time, I think Ms. Carter thought that that we were doing that maliciously or willfully, and that was not the case. It was just a human oversight. I overlooked that, and I apologize, and which is why I was quickly determined to resolve this and get her everything that she's looking for. And that's my goal at this point, just to completely clear this out, get her what she needs, get her everything that she wants in a timely fashion. I'm arguing with staff daily to try to get these documents together for her, and I just wanted to be clear that it wasn't willful.
And the complainant, let the record reflect that the complainant is still not present. The matter is back with the task force. Is there a motion? Member Neem?
I'm not sure a motion is necessary, but I think it would be a good idea for us either to refer this matter back to compliance and amendments for a further progress report, or continue this to our next meeting to get a progress report.
Well, I think you're saying two things.
Either or.
I mean, you're either saying that when you originally said that that it's referring it to ethics, but referring it back to compliance is about them getting the documents.
Well, if we refer to ethics, it's for a finding of willful failure, and the task force may be favorably disposed to Ms. Saleha, based on what she's just told us, maybe we can give her the benefit of the doubt and delay sending this to ethics, give the MTA the chance to produce the requested documents. If we want to act tonight and make a definitive decision, I would say send it to ethics, but we may want to continue this. There being no other motion, I will move to continue. I move to continue this to our special meeting of November 29th.
I want to be, I'm not opposed to moving it, but I want to be really clear why you are moving it, because the two arguments you just made and then originally was to focus on sending it to ethics for lack of compliance. Now, and then we heard from Ms. Saleha. So are we sending it to compliance and amendments, or are we sending it to us to make sure that the full documents are received, in which case we would not then be sending it on to ethics? We're monitoring it for, I don't care either way, but I want it to be very clear to the respondent that, that what we prefer is that they get all of the documents. I don't think it would then be fair to suddenly also refer it to ethics at that time, since we're making this decision now. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page. We would be referring it for monitoring of the full documentation. Now, obviously, you could make a different determination if they didn't get the full documentation, but I want to make sure that we're all on the same page, and that's what we're doing.
Madam Chair.
Member Need?
My intent is to, again, give the benefit of the doubt to the respondent. She has said the violation is not willful, and there's no reason to doubt it at this point. However, the fact is that the compliance, the order of determination was not complied with, and my intent is to continue this to our special meeting of November 29th, at which time we can hope to hear from the complainant on how much compliance there has been. At that time, if there has been an apparent continuation of lack of compliance, then I would say it might be appropriate at that time to send the matter on to ethics.
Okay, do we need a motion to move it to continue to the 29th?
I have already made the motion, and I believe it has a second.
Who seconded it?
I'll second it.
Oh, my mistake.
Is there any public comment on the motion?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. I'm kind of confused. The bottom line is the violations did occur. They were given an order of determination with which they did not comply as of the Compliance and Amendments Committee. And it doesn't change the fact that if they come back now and say, well, we gave them the documents yesterday, they were still out of compliance. And they've already also admitted that they haven't given all the documents, which is still out of compliance. And even if they give the documents by the next meeting, if this is continued, it doesn't change the fact that they were out of compliance for a long period of time. And it's almost as if you're saying to the body, well, you can delay as long as you want, as long as you eventually turn them over before we have a chance to refer it to anybody, then you're safe. And that's what it sounds like you may be considering doing. It's all well and good to say we want the person to get the documents, but what you want ultimately is for people in the city government to understand that when we send out an order of determination, the dates on that mean something. And you shouldn't wait until the day before when it's going to come before the full task force and you realize all of a sudden, oh my God, they're going to ask me why I didn't give anything, and the last minute you hand it over. They're still out of compliance. They violated the ordinance multiple times, and they're being dragged to compliance. And, that may be in the past something that it's like, well, we want to use more honey than vinegar. But to say, okay, if you took 6 months to actually get to the point where you did what the law requires, and we're just going to ignore the fact that you ignored it for that 6 month period, it's sort of rewarding them for their bad behavior. And so whether or not they come back next time, you can continue next time. If they come back and they say, well, everything is here, the bottom line is they still failed to comply. They failed to follow the deadlines. They failed to provide the information that was requested. And they're still in violation because they've admitted that there's still documents that they haven't produced. And the fact that they come back later, I mean, what if they don't come back later? You're going to continue it to December and say, well, you get it by December. How about January? How about February? How about March? You have to draw the line somewhere. And I think their responsibility they have was to read the order of determination, look at the dates, and meet the deadlines. And bottom line is, if I come in here before you and you tell me I'm out of compliance and you give me a formal letter telling me I need to be in compliance and by when I need to do that, I need to stick by that. That's my responsibility. It's not yours to find some way to force me to do it.
I'm Patrick Manette Shaw, and I fully support what Mr. Hart just stated. Several departments have not made good faith efforts to comply with an order of determination, and when they violate the order of determination and the compliance committee rules that they have violated the ordinance of determination, you should not, as Mr. Hart suggested, start cutting them slack because they waited until the last minute. Paragraph 6721C of the ordinance says that a custodian of record should assist requesters in directing them to the appropriate agency. 67.21E says that on the determination that a public record, that a record is public or a public record, the task force shall immediately order the custodian of record to comply, and if the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order of determination within 5 days, the task force shall, that means must, notify the district attorney or the attorney general, who may take whatever measures he or she determines necessary. But as a corollary, you should take that guidance of failure to comply with an order of determination within 5 days as grounds for continuing to refer a case to ethics. 67.25 immediacy of response says that on immediate disclosure requests, documents should be furnished within 24 hours, not 5 months. 63.34 says that willful failure shall be, again, shall meaning must, be official misconduct if it involves willful failure to discharge any duties of the Sunshine Ordinance. That means by any duties, the failure to comply with an order of determination that you have already issued. The point of this is that you should not be re-adjudicating your order of determination. You should be referring the matter to ethics. The key is, have they complied with any duties enumerated in the Sunshine Ordinance? It's clear they didn't. Therefore, you should refer this matter to ethics, and you should withdraw the motion on the floor and introduce a new motion.
It's, once again, unfortunately, me, Jason Grant Garza, the person who stood before this august, robust task force, which, of course, I consider the Ministry of Sunshine, because there is no hope here. There's only illusion. On this premise, of which Mr. Hart and the prior person spoke, they're absolutely correct. The unfortunate part of all of this charade is that once you do refer it to ethics, regardless, ethics will just turn around and tell you that you were wrong on your order of determination. Here's the specific example from case 10038 from my denial of Tom Waddell for my medical records, which fall under sunshine, which this august committee could not rule in my favor, having had 2 prior orders of determination in my favor, because I guess some people might consider it incompetence. We'll have to leave it up to them. However, the point remains the same. What penalty? What result? What outcome? Are we just here to re-victimize these victims? These are the complainants. These are the people who are already having problems. These are the people who you've ruled that you were advocating for, that this was an order of determination, that they were correct, only to give them false process and no results so that you can wash your hands like Herod? Thanks.
Good afternoon, Peter Warfield. When I hear a department come and say we turned over a bunch of stuff yesterday, red flags like fireworks shoot up in my brain. I certainly want to agree with most, if not all, of the previous speakers, particularly Mr. Hartz. And also to remind you that there's a phrase in law which I think applies here: justice delayed is justice denied. And when you allow a department to get away with something simply because they waited a whole lot of time, and then just before you were about to take some harsh action or strong action or even any action, they come in just before the date of the hearing and the decision and say, oh, we supplied all the material yesterday, that should be not permitted, because it's wrong, number one. As was pointed out, it is not in compliance with the law. And in fact, I think it sets up a kind of moral hazard. You set a precedent for other departments. Oh, we can mess around with what we do with members of the public, because in any case, if we come just before the task force, if it looks like it finally gets to a complaint and a win in a complaint and so on and so forth, just before the task force sends us, we can come in and say, wait, we provided the material. It's an encouragement for others to delay their compliance. And as the previous speakers have said, I think you should be very strict with the timeliness requirements. And I'm sure that you could hear from the public, if you did have the public invited to talk about problems. Timeliness is an issue when you have to wrangle and struggle for weeks or months with something that ought to have been provided promptly. All the potential good that might have come from a prompt delivery, a lot of the potential reason that someone is requesting may have shrunk or become devalued. Promptness is of the essence, and it is specified in the law at various points, and I think you should stick with it strictly. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. I'm sorry, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, David Hill, SFMTA. In listening to everything, and of course, the big job that this task force has, and also the comments that I just heard, there has to be some balance. At the SFMTA, please be respectful at least. At the SFMTA, it's a large organization. Ms. Alaya is going to departments trying to get information, saying, we got to have it, we got to have it. I'm often in her office saying that they send you this, that they send you that. So I voluntarily have come, and that's part of her job. So we're working very, very hard with the other departments to try to get the information in. The reason that it was late, last minute getting in, is because the departments are so slow responding, because someone has to go and research it. So I think that given us the opportunity, we've kept coming. The two of us have come more than anything else, when there really should be others. So we're working and we're dedicated. Even as frustrating it is for you, it's frustrating for us. but we're getting the information and we're committed to getting the information. So if you refer to the ethics, we're not going to stop, getting the information, and when that happens, we'll show them what we've gotten. But I think in continuing it, then you can see the progress that we're making. But I would ask that you just don't kill the messengers, because we're just messengers trying to represent a large organization and trying to get the work done. And we're very respectful of this board, and it's very, very difficult on this side because everyone that works for an organization isn't trying to hide something or trying to deliberately do anything negative. Unfortunately, we're the representatives of the organization, so we're the ones that's taking the heat. But I made the commitment, and so is Ms. Celaya, and I know she's working hard because I always go to her office saying, did they get this for me? Did they get that for me? And we're not the originators of the documents. So what she has, she gets from other departments. Whatever I've gotten from other departments as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
I actually wasn't going to comment until I just heard the last speaker speaking on behalf of the respondent, not as a member of the public, and I find that inappropriate. But more than that, I think this gentleman expressed the view of the departments, which is we'll fit it in as best we can, and if it takes us longer, then anybody should reasonably expect 4 months, 5 months. That's we're doing the best we can, quote unquote. But they're not, because that's much a part of their job as anything else they do. And when they show up in the morning, that should have as much priority as anything else. And until they get that right and do it, you will have this kind of problem. And the only way to fix it is to get it up to the level where somebody begins to feel the heat. And the way, with some luck, ethics will finally recognize that they have an important role here, which is to enforce the ordinance. And it's not just getting the stuff, it's getting it timely, it's getting it in the right way, and it's doing it right. Otherwise, people are going to either get fined or lose their jobs.
Is there additional public comment? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Member Costa and then Vice Chair Wolf.
I agree with the comments of several members of the public. I think that we have a pretty clear case here of noncompliance, whether it was a product of it being a large task or not. I think I'm sympathetic to the fact that you're trying to comply, but the law is the law, and there are certain guidelines for the timeliness of response. And I think that we should do our job and enforce that.
Vice Chair Wolf.
Thank you. First, I just want to apologize. I'm having a bit of irritation due to a medical flare-up. So if I seem a little short-tempered or a little short, I'm very tired and I'm trying to stick it out here so we don't lose quorum. First, we have an order of termination. This was an issue that goes back to May, and then was reported to us in, I think it was, yes, back in May. And so now we're in October, the end of October. What happened then is what happened then, and that is what we made our order of termination on. It's not what happens today. What happens today is now a result of that. Okay, they're finally getting the message. Okay, maybe we'll hear less and less of these complaints. That's why I can't support the motion. I think when we were in compliance and amendments, we had this discussion of how we present what is brought to us, and there's a whole nother opportunity for the respondent to answer or to fix or to work on it. That is the last opportunity.
Do you want to make a substitute motion?
I would in a moment.
Okay.
I have to say also that to say, don't kill the messenger is not correct when it comes to sunshine. You're right, Mr. Hill. It's not about the messenger, but it's about whoever is approached providing a very focused effort to get that information to the requester, and it must be timely. And those words are specific in state law, not just in the Sunshine Ordinance. So if the messengers are having trouble getting the information, then tell the requester so that they can go to the exact person that has those documents, and let the requester then work with them directly. It's not incumbent of a department to have to go and collect all the information on the Sunshine. Every individual that holds information is a custodian of record, and they must provide. So it creates not only a longer period of time to get the information, but it also prevents the work of the public from getting its work done. And refresh my memory, in compliance and amendments on September 13th, was there a representative from SFMTA?
Yes, Ms. Celaya was
She
there.
was there. Okay, so I just wanted to be reminded of that. So I would offer a substitute motion to find exactly what the Compliance and Amendments Committee had recommended. That being... Well, the agenda is not specific enough as we requested. That the matter be forwarded to the Ethics Commission for failure to comply with the order of determination. Did we notate a person for that? In
Caroline
compliance and-
Celaya.
Then so be it.
Do you want the motion to be 6721B for not providing the documents in a timely manner, and 6721C for failure to direct the complainant to the appropriate contacts,
And 6721E.
and 21E?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a second?
I second it.
Is there public comment on the motion as amended? If you could, we don't have to have public comment on every single motion, but we like to give the public as much leeway as possible. So if you can limit it to the new motion, that would be great.
On the new motion, I think Member Wolf is absolutely correct. This body has no choice other than to support Member Wolf's motion, because ultimately he is totally correct. Thank you.
Once again, Jason Grant Garza in front of this august, robust, wonderful body. So let's just say we go ahead and go through with your motion. Is it a willful failure? So is that when you push it up to ethics, will it at that point be rejected once again, like my prior one was for a willful failure? Because, once again, you've done your part. You've done your job. It's just going to go on to a useless, no result, no ending, no punishment. Where's the honor? I can show you where the shame is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motion?
Just barely briefly, I do support Member Wolf's substitute motion. Bottom line is the order of determination was not met, and if they come back a week from now or 2 weeks from now or a month from now, it doesn't change the fact that it wasn't met. And sending it to ethics doesn't change the fact that it should be sent there because it wasn't met. And what they can do as a defense is they can, between now and when it gets to ethics, if it does, they can then provide the information to the complainant, and they will then be able to go to ethics and say, yes, we didn't meet the order of determination in accordance with its stipulations, but we finally have done so. And then at that point, everybody can say, fine, the person got what they wanted. You finally did do it, but please be aware, going forward. And the reason I say this is because these sorts of situations have come up repeatedly over the years I've been coming to Sunshine, and it really does send a message that we are not serious about our orders of determination. It says we're going to give you dates, but then later on, if you a month or 2 months later comply, we're going to kind of let you off the hook. And I think what the message needs to be is very clearly, if we give you a date, we expect you to comply with the date. And I think the Compliance and Amendments Committee, they heard it. You didn't comply, and they sent it back to you and said send it to Ethics because apparently they haven't complied. And the simple fact that they finally, to avoid going to Ethics, I think, said, oh, well, we gave it to them yesterday, is really a kind of a reward for not meeting the deadlines.
Thank you, Member Wolf. And Sunshine Task Force, go, go, go.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, public comment is closed. It's back with the task force. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Reston, will you please call the roll? This is a motion to send it to Ethics.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
No.
Snyder, no. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Manny? Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf? Wolf, aye. Member Chan?
Aye.
Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 6 ayes and 1 no. The motion passes.
Mr. Reston, will you please call the next item?
The next item is the Compliance and Amendments Committee has referred file number 11049 George Wooding against the Recreation and Parks Department back to the task force with a recommendation that the matter be forwarded to the Ethics Commission for official misconduct by reason of willful failure to comply with the order of determination.
Is there a chair up there for Mr. Wooding? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf, for the chair.
Mr. Wooding, you'll have 5 minutes.
They're not coming. You read this?
I did read it.
Good evening, task force members. My name is George Wooding. I would like the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force to forward this case to Ethics for the following reasons. The RPD was caught trying to change the format of a Commonwealth Club panel. The RPD members and their private partner, Susan Hirsch from City Fields, which is a Fisher family-controlled nonprofit, tried to stop the panel, then stated the panel members were biased, questioned the ability of the panel members, stated that the panel had no interest in discussing the facts, and then after enormous pressure, they managed to have the title of the panel changed and have the RPC President Mark Buell added to the panel. I do not believe that libeling citizens, coercing the Commonwealth Club, limiting free speech, and having contempt for the Sunshine process is not part of the RPD mission or statement or mission statement. The RPD was late in responding. Immediate request was on June 3rd. First response was on 6/09. The RPD response was inaccurate, and they also lied to me and to the SOTF. Questions on the RPD Sunshine process revealed that Olive Gong simply asked RPD staff members if they had a response to Sunshine requests, and she was told no. No other attempts were made to locate documents. There was never any real attempt to find requested documents. You get the feeling this is business as usual with the Recreation and Park Department. Why this case became different was because I actually had excerpts from some of the documents that had been sent, and you supplied the SOTF with those documents. When the RPD realized that some of the requested documents were already public, they changed tactics and told the SOTF that they did not have any of the requested documents, and then that it was the RPD's prerogative. Then they changed it that it was the RPD's prerogative to destroy documents that did not apply to RPD business, and they could decide which documents they kept and which they destroyed. This is equivalent to a drunk driver telling the judge that he will decide when he is drunk. The RPD continued to maintain that they had no requested documents. The Department of Technology then was brought in, and they said they could not recover any documents that had been deleted throughout the entire city of San Francisco. The RPD had never even talked with its own IT department. The RPD forwarded dozens of non-responsive documents. A couple weeks ago, the task force gave the RPD an extra 2 weeks to recover documents, and when Ms. Gong returned and stated that she knew that of no new documents, she stated no new documents. When asked why by the SOTF panel, she stated that she did not know. Ms. Gong further stated that she did not know what would be done in the future. The Department of Technology started forwarding documents to me last Saturday, October 22nd, probably knowing that I would be here tonight. Due to the RPD's lying and its attempts to hide documents, we still do not know if we have received all the requested documents. This case should be forwarded to ethics because of the RPD's lying, delays, destruction of documents, slander of citizens, and contempt for the entire Sunshine and Ethics process. Failure to punish or sanction involved RPD employees will lead to continued RPD abuses in the future, and I would think that it would also lead to other San Francisco departments doing much the same thing. As a final point, I would just simply like to, it's not clear in my mind if the documents that were sent to me 2 days ago were from the RPD IT department or from the Department of Technology, and I would love a clarification on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of Mr. Wooding?
So this...
You have 3 minutes.
This appears to be the same call, same house. So I was hoping that I could cut short my remarks by reading into the public record on the last item the prepared remarks that I had for Mr. Wooding's item. This body should not lose track of the fact that withholding had not been held to a minimum, that Mr. Wooding had made a good faith effort to meet and confer and work with RPD. RPD waited until after the Compliance Committee made a referral that is on tonight's agenda, which clearly reads that the Wooding versus RPD complaint be forwarded to the Ethics Commission for, quote, official misconduct by reason of willful failure to comply with the order of determination. As I said a few minutes ago, 67.21C indicates that Ms. Gong should have directed Mr. Wooding to the Department of Technology last June. She didn't do it. 67.21E says that when the task force orders compliance, they have to do it within 5 days. Ms. Gong didn't do that either. Section 67.25, immediacy of response. When Mr. Wooding placed his immediate disclosure request on June 3rd, she should have provided these documents within 24 hours, not 5 months later. So I think this body has no choice but to entertain a motion quickly to implement the recommendation from compliance that is on your agenda tonight and send it to ethics under 67.34. Willful failure is official misconduct. This is not about whether Ms. Gong coughed up these records also at the last minute at the threat of being pushed over to ethics. If you had not, at compliance, threatened to forward it to ethics, Mr. Wooding would never have gotten these records because Ms. Gong would have continued to delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, is the respondent present? Thank you for coming, Ms. Gong. You have 5 minutes.
Good evening. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Per the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Committee's request, staff did request backup files from the Department of Technology, and as a result, we were able to produce documents in response to Mr. Wooding's request. These documents were sent to both Mr. Wooding and the task force on October 21st. The records that were produced were not withheld. They were deleted by staff before Mr. Wooding's requests were made. Staff receive hundreds of emails a day and are not able to save all of them. Records were retrieved through the city's Department of Technology from the backup tapes. That's my statement.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience to present facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
Ms. Gong? It's easier if you stay up front. Other people might have questions for you. So you stated that you were able to produce the documents and they were delivered 10/21.
Yes.
Okay, so the order of determination stated that the records be 5 days of the issuance of the order, and the issuance of the order
August 8th.
was August 8th. It's August. The order of determination date is August 8th.
The order of determination did not ask us to look into the Department of Technology's archives.
Did you notify the task force that it would take additional time?
No.
Okay. When did you find out that you were able to obtain the information from Department of Technology?
We only asked for those tapes when the Sunshine Committee asked us to look for them through the archives.
And when was that?
Excuse me?
When was that?
When did we ask for them?
Yeah. When did you ask Department of Technology?
I don't know exactly when. I asked our staff right after your committee asked me to ask staff for the backup tapes. I asked staff for them. I asked the staff if I should go ask the Department of Technology to get the tapes or if they would want to do it, and they said that they would do it.
And when was that?
Right after this committee meeting. I believe it was the compliance hearing of
September 13th or October 11th?
Well, that was whatever compliance hearing asked for me to ask for the archives.
The full task force asked for it in September because we failed to put it on the Compliance and Amendments Committee.
Right. So
Okay.
it was right after that day. The next day, the following day, I asked for it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wooding? Did you receive all the information that you had originally requested? Now, is it all complete?
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I had a small amount of information. I have some new information.
Can you describe what you had received?
I think the information I've received is germane. It was more to my complaint. Prior to that, they had sent me a ton of just files and maps and capital improvement programs and plans that had nothing to do with my request. And then what I received on the 21st was things from Phil Ginsburg, some comments from Mark Buell regarding the event. I seem to receive this almost the exact same letter from Sarah Ballard over and over 4 times.
Was this an email or was this?
This is all an
letter?
email.
Okay.
Email or off of a phone. It looked to be like an attempt to mitigate what hadn't been sent. Unfortunately, the way I feel now about Rec and Park and what they've put me through and their lack of compliance, I really couldn't tell you if I've got half of what was supposed to be here or all of it. I have no idea.
All right, Ms. Gong, do you have a list of the documents that you had provided Mr. Wooding?
I have the documents, the ones that were provided 21st, yes.
If I could, I don't think this is that much different from our last
It's true.
complaint. When the task force met, I specifically ended that hearing by asking Ms. Gong to look for the backup tapes. The government guide says that backup files don't have to be looked at unless it's to provide a means of recovery in a disaster, department system failure, or unauthorized deletion. And our order of determination says, under findings of facts and conclusion of law, that the documents related to the conduct of the people's business and fall under the definitions outlined in CPRA Section 6252 and therefore are not appropriately included under Category 4 of Rec and Park's record retention and destruction policy, basically meaning they were unauthorized deletion. And when we went to compliance and amendments, they asked for more time but didn't know why. So I don't think that whether they turned over the documents or not, which is a really long discussion of re-adjudicating, is really I think it's the same thing as the last complaint. Did they comply with the amendment? And they had even more time because it was not put on the appropriate compliance and amendments committee, so it went for a month and then another 2 weeks and now another 2 weeks. Wait. We have to. We're not there yet.
We're not at that
We're not
point
there yet.
We're still asking questions. Madam Chair, I agree with you on your last point. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because this is one of the most precedent-setting situations that this task force has ever had. We have never, ever been able to get anything from backup tapes, okay? I want to make that extremely clear that there's been absolute resistance to that.
But I would remind you that Member Snyder and I had to convince the task force to get to that point. I'm just saying that not out of being contentious, but just to point out the reason why we were very adamant about not automatically going to ethics. We wanted to try to see those backup files. So that's a good outcome.
Understood. And I just wanted to be clear that gets reiterated here today.
Okay.
So yeah, I apologize for taking it a little bit farther than it should. So I'm going to stop there and allow for other members. There isn't any.
Do you have additional questions, or should I go to the?
No, just go for it.
Okay, so at this time, the respondent will have 3 minutes to offer rebuttal, and then the complainant will have 3 minutes. Ms. Gong, you get to go first if you have additional.
No, I don't think so.
And Mr. Whitting, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. I'll be brief. I feel that being new to this process, it was really unbelievable how I got treated by a Recreation Park Department, and I don't think I'd be here today if I hadn't caught them lying to me in the first place. So they got caught, and I don't know the internals between the agencies, or I don't know what it means to go further up the line to ethics. I would like to keep this case going because they made me so angry. And then the last straw, I think, is like the last case when I felt they were almost talking about me. To just after all this stuff, all these meetings, all these evenings, to just dump this finally on the last Friday. And still, when I'm asked, is this everything, I haven't a clue. I've lost all faith and trust in them. And I honestly question their ability to get things done in their own office at this point. But I do want to make one reminder, because I was at that last meeting, which was on October 13th, one of the few, and I do remember that Olive Gong said, in addition to saying she didn't know anything, which I believe, she also said that she had not talked to the Department of Technology. I remember that statement clearly. So I just want to make sure that I think she has conflicting testimony here tonight. I don't think she did a damn thing until she came back and she said something. I had been pressuring Ron Vincent from the Department of Technology, and I don't think whatever I was doing was going to lead anywhere, no matter, because who am I to the Department of Technology. But he had also told me that they had never, ever, ever given anybody backup tapes because they were unable to. And he gave me a technological reason. He did not give me a reason that was related to some kind of policy statement. And I have that on file if anybody would care to ever see that. He sent that to me as an email. So the whole thing was the Recreation and Park and Department of Technology telling me that they couldn't get backup, and the whole thing is taken on this very strange aspect of I guess a lack of trust of Rec of Park. I'm very glad we have a Sunshine Committee. I really hope that ethics takes you seriously, and I really hope that, I think I'm in business. Deadlines are deadlines. You have to follow deadlines to be respected. So thank you.
Thank you. The matter's back with the task force. Member Washburn.
I move that we refer this matter to ethics for willful failure to comply with the order of determination. And I believe that it's not only Ms. Gong who's at fault here. We found in our order of determination of August 8th that Mark Buell of the Recreation and Park Commission and Phil Ginsburg and Sarah Ballard were also in violation. So presumably they received the same order of determination and were aware of their mandate to comply with it. So I believe that they should be listed as well.
Is there a second?
Second.
If I may offer a friendly amendment as opposed to willful failure, as it says on the agenda, to refer to ethics for official misconduct by reason of willful failure.
Yes. That's fine.
Acceptable.
Is that acceptable?
And just to the maker, did you name everyone that is in the order?
Yes.
Yes?
Everybody that we named initially should be named again.
Great, thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment on the motion?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. This is exactly the same situation as already been noted by the chair as the last case. They knew of the decision July 26th. They had 2 weeks from that time, knowing full well that they're going to be asked to comply with the order of determination. They just hadn't seen it. Then they got the order of determination was issued on the 8th, and they had 5 days after that to reply. So basically, they got 3 weeks. Now, the real question I would have asked Ms. Gong is when she went and said, well, you know, I asked the staff, who did she ask? And did she say to them, I'm working under a deadline. I have an obligation to provide this information by this certain date. And did she make it clear to them that, you know, I don't want to have to go back to these folks and tell them, no, I don't have it, and give some sort of a wishy-washy, explanation as to why I don't have it. I want to go back, if I can, beforehand and say, we've discovered that it's going to take a little longer, and all we're asking, we can have it to you by this date. And if they were able to walk in here tonight and say, okay, well, we didn't get it by the 5-day deadline, but we had it the next week. That would be a reasonable kind of thing to come here and say to you, you know, maybe you don't need to send this to ethics, but they still haven't complied. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying you draw the strict line and say, well, if you don't have it on the exact date, that's fine. But if they show some sort of a good faith effort to attempt to meet that date, they had basically almost 3 weeks from the hearing where the determination was made and decided upon before it was processed and sent to them, and then they had an additional few days to go. And here we are, I don't know how long, we're in October, the end of October, and they're still saying, well, you know, whatever. So to me, in business, in the military, wherever I have worked, it has always been my responsibility to understand that delegation is not abdication. The simple fact that I turn over responsibility to somebody else who comes under my purview or I work with does not remove my responsibility to go back to that person, follow up with them, and make sure that, number one, they know there's a deadline, and number two, get them to commit to helping me meet that deadline. And bottom line is, if you don't take your own orders of determination seriously and say that the dates you put in them mean something, then it's not too unreasonable to understand when city agencies go, well, if you don't think they meet anything, why should we?
Jason Grant Garza, the unfortunate victim of having been in the Ministry of Sunshine for 10 years and found all the faults and all the roadblocks and all the stumbling blocks and everything. I'd like to make this comment not only to you, but to the individual here, George Wooding, because he gave a marvelous presentation. Everything he said was correct. My heart goes out to him because he's like me. He's a disabled individual. But I'd also like to make him aware of the fact that when you do refer something up to Ethics Commission, that you get screwed, and so he'll get screwed also. He also said something about, you know, it being the Commonwealth Club. Well, maybe after he gets screwed by the Ethics Commission, since, you know, you've sent 14 things up to the Ethics Commission and they've screwed you, maybe there'll be a thing on the Commonwealth Club, you know, about how this sunshine and all this is just a farce and a total lack of humanity. Justice delayed is what this is all about. He'll find out that after you refer it to ethics, ethics will shoot you down and tell you that you're wrong. And, you know, that all the best intentions and all the, you know, the roads were paved with the right ideas and the wonderful crocodile tears and the caring heart. But having full well known, I would hope that you would tell him beforehand that having sent things up to ethics will not get him anywhere, so that he won't be disillusioned when he finds this out the hard way. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Greg Miller. I've lived in San Francisco for 36 years. I'm a newcomer to these kinds of proceedings, so please excuse me if I don't understand the exact technicalities of what you're ruling on. But I do think it is important that you push this forward to the Ethics Commission, even if you anticipate they won't take any action. And the reasons are fairly general ones. I'll try to speak from my heart what I hear in all this stuff. The core documents that were requested show a pattern of a city department trying to curtail free speech of its citizens in the public arena. The Ballard document, behind the scenes and without any chance for anybody to rebut, basically asked the city, the Commonwealth Club, to do away with a public meeting that had been prior arranged. It also basically sought to discredit both the abilities and credentials and intentions of the panel members. not giving them any chance to defend themselves. Now, the other documents show a full court press across the department and to the commission president to try to push the Commonwealth Club off doing this event and having it happen. I find this as a citizen a deeply disturbing practice that we have a city department, highly paid, highly placed individuals on the city payroll as well as city commissioners basically trying to circumvent the free speech rights of our citizens. The patterns that you've seen about delaying the process of getting out the information strikes me, quite frankly, as a very successful, fighting retreat, where they basically try to slow everybody up as much as they can and get as little information out as possible. I think you need to bring this forward. I think we all need to speak out about this. Otherwise, I don't think we're going to have very much faith in our government. So please move this forward and move it forward with vigor. Thank you very much for your time.
Peter Warfield, I'm glad to agree with much of, if not all of what has been said previously. Certainly support your forwarding it higher up. Just in case there was any doubt as to where this was sent, the CCs include George Wooding, George Wooding, Mark Buell, Phil Ginsburg, Sarah Ballard, Olive Gong, Jerry Threet. So these folks did get this and were aware of it. Furthermore, on July 26th, the date the decision issued, your order of determination was issued, it says in the order of determination that Ms. Gong was here and testified. So she knew and could have and should have presumably informed back at home in her department what had happened here. So you sent the order of determination out August 8th. What it says is that they've got 5 days. The agency shall release the records requested within 5 business days. And all we've heard is excuse after excuse after excuse. And we've heard you apparently bending over backwards, and I'm not to fault you, but you've bent over backwards, it seems, to give them a reasonable chance to do something that might be a little unusual. But we've basically got 5 days to respond, and there's been 90 days since July 26th. 18 times the amount of time that they were given on the date the decision was issued, or order of determination date, letter date, whichever you want to start from. They've had many times longer than what's legally allowed and what you told them was legally required. The one thing that's missing from the order of determination is who these folks are in the Department of Rec and Parks. I believe that at the time Phil Ginsburg was the head of the agency. And I'm not sure who the others were, but clearly it wasn't just Ms. Gong who knew anything or was told anything or was instructed anything or was sent anything. So the folks at the highest level received this. Their administration caused these difficulties, and they, not Ms. Gong, are responsible and should be held accountable. So this isn't a matter of beating anybody up personally. This is a matter of making your order of determination stick, and you've given every opportunity to the folks to know of it, to learn of it, to understand what's required. And basically, I've heard nothing but the dog ate it and variations of that as to why we couldn't do this and why we couldn't do this and why we couldn't do this. And gee, we just did it over the weekend. We gave some more stuff to the complainant. Again, it does seem, as some of you have said and some of the folks here have said, same thing as on the previous item, and I hope you send it forward. Thanks.
Thank you. They're already in there.
If you decide to call this official misconduct, the object of that finding has to be an elected official, department head, or other managerial city employee. 6734. There has to be a finding because under the charter section that governs ethics jurisdiction, there is a provision that says a finding of official misconduct anywhere else under the charter is official misconduct under ethics jurisdiction. So you have to make sure you put those two together. The problem with ethics can't be solved here. You guys can't solve it. It can only be solved over there in the Ethics Commission, in the work they do, in the person they choose as executive director, and in the regulations that they ultimately issue. And it would, you know, as I've said many times, that's the place to focus and to appear and make them understand the importance, and I think that's coming through now, of doing it right. Any referrals of an order of determination should be simply a referral for enforcement. Willful violation, forget it. Forget it, because that takes it away from your jurisdiction and gives it to Mr. St. Croix. So you have the two pillars you're going to work on: official misconduct with a finding, managerial city employee or department head, and a referral of an order, period. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Seeing none, public comment is closed, and the matter is back with the task force. Is there any discussion on the motion? Member Washburn.
I'm just thinking about what Mr. Grossman just said, and our motion was to refer this matter, and we named everybody in the order of determination for official misconduct.
Can you?
I'm sorry. I'm just kind of thinking out loud that we just heard from Mr. Grossman reminded us of the distinction between us sending our orders of determination to ethics to be enforced versus a finding of official misconduct, which would have to pertain to a department head or elected official. So we have to tweak the motion because we named Olive Gong, who's not a department head, so we can't find official misconduct for her. We could, though, for Phil Ginsburg, who's named in the complaint. So I think in this case we want this to be more than mere enforcement of an order of determination. We want a finding of official misconduct. That's what I'm thinking. I'd like to hear from other members.
Well, I thought that willful violation is what's only the department head or elected official.
Willful failure.
Willful failure
Willful failure.
Is
Official misconduct.
I mean, I think we could do just a plain old referral and include everybody in it, or we could just include, I frankly don't remember what the titles of everybody are, but we could do Phil Ginsburg and anybody else who would qualify as a department head or other managerial city employee or elected official, and call it willful failure.
Yeah, if the members of the audience could resist commenting now, we just need to have some level of order, and so that everyone has the exact same amount of time to speak. It's getting a little bit, each time the meeting gets a little bit more loose, and people speak over 3 minutes, so we really need to sort of crack down on that. I believe Sarah Ballard and Phil Ginsburg are department heads and managerial employees. Ms. Gong obviously does not fall under that category. A referral for the order of determination for it to be complied with, is that appropriate here, where we're saying that they failed to comply with the order? We're referring it to ethics because they failed to comply with the order. They failed to do it in a timely manner, not necessarily for them to get the documents.
Right.
Right.
So that's willful failure. That's
right.
official misconduct, not
Mm-hmm.
just a referral of the order.
Yeah,
That's right.
exactly.
In this, do you remember sign? Okay.
But I think Mr. Grossman's his point, I think, was that as to the people who are not managerial or department heads, the willful failure classification doesn't apply. It's sort of it's a nullity.
Can those be separated? Can we refer one? How do you? What then would happen if all the department heads only delegated it to people that are like Ms. Gong or Ms. Salaya?
It's the department. Ultimately, it's the department head. There are three actual responsible parties. There's the mayor, the board of supervisors, any other elected official. Okay, and then there's managerial heads, department heads, and managers. So those are the responsible people to make sure that their departments are complying. So basically, it protects the employees underneath them, more or less, with regards to willful failure.
Okay. So what, the maker of the motion? Are you amending your motion?
Well, I think we need to we delete all of Gong from the motion. But I don't know about Mark Buell. He's a commission.
Member Costa?
Do we have to delete her, or just make it clear that it's not the referral for her is not willful failure? Keep willful failure to the department heads.
I think that works, but I don't know. Why don't we ask Mr. Grossman? He's the expert on this. Do you think that would be splitting these motions, doing for the non-managerial, doing it as a referral, and for the managerial, doing it as willful failure?
There are three ways of getting something to ethics. The plain vanilla way is 6730
34?
B, I think, 30 B or C, which is referring it to a body that has enforcement power. So when you refer an order to ethics, you're asking them to enforce it, period. You're not naming names necessarily, or you just want them to force whoever's responsible to do his job, and if he doesn't, then they can deal with that. The other two are in 6734. Willful failure requires failure to do a duty by an elected official, department head, or other managerial employee. So you have to find that person willfully failed to do a duty under the CPRA, the Brown Act, or the Sunshine Ordinance. The other part of 6734 is where you find a willful violation by anybody in the city system, and that's handled by the Ethics Commission. Did I say failure? Willful violation. That's handled by the Ethics Commission as if you filed the complaint originally there, and they do an investigation, and they find that they weren't willful, they were relying on Mr. Threet's colleagues, and how could they possibly be willful? And that's what happens. So you avoid that one like the plague. The other two, those are the ones you focus on.
So as to the non-managerial, it's Olive Gong, who's not a managerial, she's not elected, we could do, in one motion, we could refer her under 6730 C, and just call it a referral to the Ethics Commission for enforcement.
For enforcement.
And then as to the managerial employees, we call it willful failure And
Failure to do a duty under the ordinance,
right,
the CPRA or the Brown Act.
Yeah, that makes. So
And
that,
you could add the CPRA actually, if
Yeah.
you want to.
Yeah.
Give it a little more
all right.
gravitas.
I mean, that makes sense to me.
To the maker of the motion, too, yeah.
So we need to restate the motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Wolf, Vice Chair Wolf.
I would call your attention to 6721E, which to me is one of our most powerful tools that we try to use here and there. Halfway through, it states, if the custodian refuses or fails to comply with any such order of the task force within 5 days, the task force shall notify the district attorney or the attorney general, who may take whatever measures he or she deems necessary to ensure compliance with the provisions of the ordinance. That covers everybody under the department head or managerial staff.
I think the problem with that is it doesn't really provide for an enforcement mechanism. And we know from practice that the DA and the Attorney General just ignore these. I mean, they don't even look at them. But
but I don't know that we've ever necessarily stated this in those orders, to those offices, that if we were to quote this, because it doesn't include any other enforcement agency at all. It's specific to them. And you have DCA 3 who wants to respond.
DCA 3.
Through the chair, I just want to alert the task force to the agenda description for this item, which is fairly specific. It is about a referral to ethics.
It's a recommendation.
Through the chair, yes, it's a recommendation, but the agenda has to fairly describe the potential action that's being contemplated. I don't think that's what's being discussed currently would be within that description.
It's not broad enough that we're sending it to the Ethics Commission. So it's not like the development agreement of Park Merced, where it can be really broad.
No, I don't believe it is. That's my advice.
Sorry.
Member Costa?
To clarify with Mr. Threet, he means that sending it to the district attorney wouldn't be appropriate under the agenda, not considering a different type of forwarding to ethics. Is that?
There could have been an agenda description that said a referral of this matter to the task force for consideration of further enforcement action. That would have covered the matter, but it was a fairly specific description that contemplated referral to ethics for a particular kind of enforcement. I think that's what that was announced to the public, and that's what's within the realm of potential
I have
action.
a question then. How would the compliance and amendments transmit its recommendation to the task force if the task force is then particularly bound only by that enforcement proceeding? Are we bound every time the compliance? And so if I wasn't, I sit on compliance and amendments and I'm the chair, but if I wasn't on compliance and amendments, would I then be bound by that enforcement no matter what they say? Because this compliance and amendments description comes from how would I know as the chair? I would have to make everything so broad that the compliance and amendments recommendation would be lost in the course of attempting to make a huge, broad description.
To the chair, there are two different questions. One is about the agenda description. I'm happy to work with you on making agenda descriptions broad enough to cover the contemplated actions of the task force if you consult me about it.
But I want to encompass.
I'm going to try to answer your questions if you give me the opportunity. Okay? And the second question is, how can you transmit the recommendation? You can do that a number of different ways. There could be a document that says that the task force, the committee recommended the following. It'd be included in the packet.
As part of that particular agenda item.
Yes. Yes.
Have we done this in the past, where referred something from compliance and amendments, but we didn't follow the exact recommendation?
In the past, we generally have not stated agenda items in this way.
They just moved it. We need the audience to remain quiet. It's becoming an unfair situation where it's starting to have a bias to it, and even it just. We need to have we've had this discussion many times, but I feel like there's a lot of different pieces of information that get thrown around in different ways, and I feel like this is a recommendation from compliance and amendments, but I don't understand why we would have to be bound only by that. You couldn't refer it to, although I don't know if 6721E is not part of the order of determination, so that causes me some concern if we were to suddenly put that in there.
No. We're not looking. We're not showing a violation of 6721E.
Under it.
We're using 6721E as our instruction on how we are to operate as a body. It's a guide. We're using it as a guideline. Okay, that's all. We're not finding a violation of it necessarily.
Member Snyder and then Member Washburn.
I mean, I just think we're getting off on an unnecessary track.
I agree.
We send it to the Ethics Commission as a matter of course. The agenda item says that. Just send it to the Ethics Commission, and we'll do it in the way that we think has the best chance of getting their attention and getting enforcement. I mean, I think the DA and Attorney General. I think Vice Chair Wolf's point is a good one as a general matter, but I think it's just given the agenda and given our common practice. I think it's a kind of a red herring at this point. I mean, I think sending it to ethics does the job, and I think we can do it by two separate motions. Or I guess we could do one motion that does two things. One motion that sends it as to all of Gong, refers to Ethics Commission for enforcement, and then the second half of the motion is we refer the managerial, all of the other folks, to the Ethics Commission for willful failure.
Member Washburn, do you want to restate your motion in that?
Well, I think
context?
I think Member Snyder restated it in the way that would reflect how I was thinking. I just wanted to say that I know that in compliance and amendments, we talk about possibly sending matters to the district attorney's office, and I think we might have mentioned it in this case and decided against it. But I would be interested in having, when we do refer matters from compliance and amendments, that we give some latitude to the full task force to consider other things that we didn't think about or at the time, given what we hear here. But I can see a problem with tonight if we were to send this to the district attorney's office. I can see Mr. Ginsburg going, wait a minute, I would have come tonight if I had known that that was, a possible outcome. I think that we need to make clear to the members of the public what we're considering. So I can see the reason for trying to stick to what the compliance amendments was recommending, or making it more general to give us leeway.
Madam Chair, I just want to take note on Member Washburn's statement. We're not sending Mr. Ginsburg to the district attorney. This is specifically for Ms. Gong. Mr. Ginsburg is covered under 6734 for the Ethics Commission. That's without a doubt, because he is a department head. So he's already covered under 6734. Ms. Gong is not. So that's the issue at hand here, because she holds no managerial position, but she is a custodian of records.
Okay.
So that's the difference. Now, one way we could also deal with this is we could put into the order that we also recommend that the Ethics Commission that they apply, that they submit the matter of Ms. Gong to the district attorney. Have them do it.
I
to
think
me,
at
this
this
is
point, in order to facilitate moving this along, that the maker of the motion can he made sort of a friendly amendment.
I'd actually not. No,
You can
I'd like
adopt whatever it is.
No, I'd like to go with what I just said, and I'd like to call the question.
Does the second to the motion accept the change to the 6730?
you repeat it. You're going to have to repeat the whole motion now. 'Cause now I don't know which parts are what.
So it would be, the motion is to send it to the Ethics Commission for the violations, and the order of determination, Phil Ginsburg and Sarah Ballo would be going under willful failure as official misconduct under 6734.
And Buell. I think Buell also.
He can't be.
Oh,
He's
no?
not a department head, nor is he elected.
Is he
He's appointed by the mayor.
So then we would send Buell and Gong under 6730C. He's similar to Jewel Gomez in the Zucothan case. He's not an employee.
He wouldn't be he's not a managerial city employee.
He's not an employee.
Oh.
He's on the Rec and Park Commission. Do I need to restate it again, or are you?
No, I get it. Question is the ethics it's just a question. The Ethics Commission is one municipal office. There are many municipal offices. Is there another municipal office that we would want to, that we could seek enforcement from? It's maybe rhetorical at this point and open for discussion at some later point. But 6730C does leave that door open.
It wasn't.
So
Do you accept?
I'll accept things as they are, move things ahead. I think it's enough.
Do we already have public comment?
If there,
Mr. Rustin, can you please call the question? Call the roll.
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Yes.
Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Chan? Chan, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, there's 7 ayes. The motion passes.
Mr. Rustin, will you please call the next item?
Item number 10 is determination of jurisdiction on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Dennis Herrera and Jack Song of the City Attorney's Office for allegedly not responding to an immediate disclosure request on a timely basis and not responding to a request for public information.
Are you going to lose a quorum at?
9.
Well, that clock is 15 minutes slow.
The clock there is slow.
Yeah, it's slow.
It's about
It's 8:28.
Well, at the rate you've been going, a half an hour will not be enough time for full discussion. So
Do you want to continue the item?
Well,
It's
it's
already
pretty
been
up to-
continued some time.
8 or
Mi-
come up? Okay. Okay.
He's leaving at 8:30, so you got to wrap.
That's okay. I'll pick it up.
Hannah's leaving. At 8:30.
I'm fine.
Okay. Mr. Grossman, you have. Oh, we have to do jurisdiction first.
We have a half an hour left.
Move to accept jurisdiction.
Second.
Can we do that without objection? Jurisdiction is a
Comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment on jurisdiction. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Can we take the jurisdiction without objection? So we accepted jurisdiction.
Okay.
Mr. Rustam, can you please read the next item?
Next item is item number 11, hearing on complaint filed by Alan Grossman against Dennis Herrera and Jack Song of the City Attorney's Office for allegedly not responding to an immediate disclosure request on a timely basis and not responding to a request for public information.
Okay, well, briefly from the complaint, this is what we know for each of the fiscal years 2009, 2010, 2011. City Attorney's Office notified the task force of reductions in hours that were available to the task force based on reductions in the city attorney's funding for general fund departments in the overall city budgets for those years. In reply to one of my early letters, the city attorney stated that the reduction that was for the first year was based on a careful review of the services to the task force for the several prior fiscal years. In June, I submitted a records request for copies of the records that showed the calculations used by the city attorney's office to arrive at these reductions. Mr. Song, in behalf of the city attorney's office, responded that there were no such records. He did identify a baseline budget for hours of legal work prepared about 8 years ago. So in July, I submitted an immediate disclosure request for those records and any public information regarding the 8-year-old baseline budget. Mr. Song, again on behalf of the city attorney, advised me that there were no responsive records under the city attorney's record retention policy because budget documents are kept for 2 years, budget documents. He sent me copies of the fiscal year 2011 letters that were sent to 59 general fund departments, but nothing to indicate how the hours in each were calculated. So we exchanged some additional correspondence and without any resolution. And after I filed the complaint, the same no records position was taken by the city attorney. So you're probably wondering, what am I doing here? Right? They say there are no records. Going back 3 years, 8 years, whatever. And we know the city attorney, when they say there are no records, there has to be no records, right? But that doesn't seem right to me. Just didn't seem right. I look at it this way. There are two issues. First, whether the city attorney ever had any records that supported these reductions in 59 letters to the task force and general fund departments over 3 different years. Or if he did, were they destroyed prematurely with no backups in violation of state law, the minimum 2-year requirement, and the city attorney's own retention policy, which is 2 + 1, 3 years. So if you consider going back, whether the reductions that were determined in September 2008, that was just 3 years ago. Actually, it was less than 3 years from when I first filed my request. September 2009, that's less than 2 years. And then, of course, 2010, that was less than 1 year. So what happened to all these records? So what we're asked to believe is, except for those 59 copies that were sent to me for the last year, they have no records, no communications, no memos, no other documents in any files that relate to the annual process done in each of those years. Now, keep in mind, these are 59 letters to 59 different departments, differing numbers, differing persons, right? Different calculations in each case, had to be. And they had to do it in a way. There had to be a process. You just don't find these things coming down from the sky. Somebody had to do it. They had to get the original information, They had to do a spreadsheet. They had to double check the calculations. They had to gin it up, make sure it was right. Somebody had to approve it. They had to prepare the letters. They had to send the letters, not only to the departments, but the people who were copied on them. Right? And then they had to keep a whole set for next year because that's what they worked off. They worked off 1 year to the next. Yet, no emails, no memos, no spreadsheets, no baseline budget data. So this is why I think this is very strange. I really do. So, on the other hand, if they did exist and were destroyed, then they violated the 2-year rule under state law and their own retention policy. So I'm kind of stuck because I can't prove they destroyed them, and I can't prove they never did them. There's only somebody in the city attorney's office who can do that. Mr. Song is a very nice gentleman. He represents the city attorney very well, but he didn't make the calculations. He didn't do the independent search of the files. So his responses are simply based on what other people in the city attorney's office told him. He doesn't have knowledge of the facts. He really doesn't. So he's the wrong person to be here. The person or persons to be here are the people who did it.
Your 5 minutes are up, so we need you to...
Pardon?
Your 5 minutes are up, so we need you to wrap up.
Okay. Well, the last thing, I'll make 2 more comments then. One, he told me to reconcile the numbers with what the annual budget was as published by the controller. They didn't compute. They were different from what was in the letters and what the budget information was. And the second point was they could have gone to their archives. I asked them to go to their archives. They didn't go to their archives. They may be in the archives.
Thank you. Is there anyone to present facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent will have 5 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Jack, and I'm here to represent City Attorney's Office. I just want to take everyone back to the focus of the complaint. The complaint alleges the following, that our office was late and violated in public records law in failing to fully respond to the immediate disclosure request from Mr. Alan Grossman, which was dated July 13th, as well as the supplement to the requested dated August 1st. And what Mr. Alan Grossman was requesting was the, and I quote, baseline budget for hours of legal work was set for the general fund departments approximately 8 years ago. And he would like to see the baseline budget for all the general fund departments. And we believe that Mr. Alan Grossman was concerned that the hours from the city attorney's office advising the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force was being cut back. So with that, I had multiple email exchanges with Mr. Grossman, and I just want to present to the task force. And I think this is a good example of how sometimes there's a slight abuse, and can we see it? Sure. Yeah. So I would like to begin with, this is the first initial date.
Can you hear from the...
Alan Grossman's request. He wanted to know, and these are all the documents you have in your packet. I had to put it on a visual so everyone can understand. This started from June 2011, correspondence of very similar request from Mr. Grossman. Again, similar request on July 13th. Again, August 1st from Alan Grossman, and we were present at September 27th
Chris.
hearing. However, due to the delay, our case were pushed back. I'm sorry, do I need to?
Yeah, we have to have you on the record, and you being so far away also.
I think this is great. I wish this was videotaped.
I'm going to...
So do we.
No problem. So the first request came from Mr. Grossman. He was asking about the baseline budget, and on September 7th, I wrote back. We got your public record request. It was not an immediate disclosure request. So we asked for clarification. Can you not hear me? Okay.
Yeah, but the problem that we have is we need to have it on the record. It's hard.
Can you turn the little microphone on for him so that he has it easier to?
I'm really sorry. This is the presentation I have. On September 7th, July 7th, Mr. Grossman wrote back and said, I am clarifying that I'm looking for the baseline budget for hours of the legal work that was set for the general fund, and hopefully from approximately 8 years ago. So we responded back. We do not have that information. However, we went back to our data and we provided the average hours that we had spent on work that's related to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And we went all the way back to 1997 to 2011. The hours of time that the city attorney's office had spent increased dramatically. 1997, it was 182 hours, and 2001, 600 hours, and now 2011, up to this point, it's 434 hours. So we responded with that. We said, Mr. Alan Grossman, we don't have the baseline budget information. That's not something that we have, and it doesn't. It's not part of our record retention policy. However, we did provide you the data that may be of use to you. And July 13th, immediately after I sent this information, Mr. Grossman wrote back. Basically, summary of this was there must be some kind of responsive document. I am submitting an immediate document request. I was out of the office on the 14th. The 15th, I responded to Mr. Grossman. And this is where there could have been a failure on the city attorney's office end. There was a delay in response. Please. May I finish? I'll try to make this quick.
At least one extra minute because we took up time with the microphone and the.
My apologies.
But
on the 15th, I responded to Mr. Grossman's request. I said, "Are you still requesting for the baseline for the general fund department?" Immediately, Mr. Grossman wrote back, "Yes, I am picking up where we are. Are there any existing documents that may be responsive?" And then on July 28th, and this is the second area where we had a delay, I was out of the office and I responded. Mr. Grossman sent me an email saying, "Where's my requested document?" And that's where we could have the second part where there was a delay. On July 28th, we sent Mr. Grossman documents of all the letters that were sent to the general fund department listing the hours that are allocated from the city attorney's office and advising the different departments. August 1st, I think Mr. Grossman, he was not happy with the response, and August 4th, that's when we responded to his letter for August 1st, basically stating that we don't have the responsive document that he's requesting, which is the baseline budget for the general fund departments. And we also directed Mr. Grossman to, very first time, I think on July 13th, that the information he's looking for relating to the budget is at the controller's website. We gave him the exact address where he could get that information. So, thank you. And my apologies for the presentation.
thank you. Is there anybody to present facts and evidence in support of respondent? Seeing none, the matter is back with the task force. Mr. Grossman, I don't see you. Could you, did you look at the website that Mr. Soong said he directed you to? The controller's website, and that wasn't the budget documents that you'd requested?
No, what the when they publish the city budget, the controller's office does, there's just a global number for the dollar amounts that are allocated to the city departments. And I have a sheet here for the fiscal year 2001-2002, which would have been the base year, that shows how much went into legal service. And then, as I recall, what I did is, in order to follow his suggestion, I compared it to what the city attorney got in each of the last 3 fiscal years to determine the difference in percentage, whether it went up or down, and how it correlated to what he was telling me. And it didn't. And I asked him about it in a letter, but I didn't get an answer.
And Mr. Song, when I was going through the responses back and forth, one of the things I wanted to try to understand was Mr. Grossman was asking for the budget. And in one of the responses, you had stated that the worksheets and notes used in preparing the baseline budgets for the general fund department, that you no longer have those documents. And so I'm wondering if are you then also, Mr. Grossman, could I get him to be able to come to the mic? I'm sorry. Are you saying that there's no specific budget? Because he seemed to be asking for the budget, and then you were saying there were no worksheets.
Our understanding is Mr. Grossman was asking for, let's see, pardon me here. I think Mr. Grossman was looking for the baseline budget document from 8 years ago. And based on our record retention policy, which is we only keep documents for 2 years, we do not have that information.
So there's no specific document that's the budget?
No.
Okay.
But what we did do for Mr. Grossman is we provided him with, going back to our data, the hours that we had spent advising the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. And we created that data for him.
And then how do you determine what the baseline is each year?
I believe the baseline, to my knowledge, is that it's based on the budget, on what the controller's office lets our office know what budget we have to work with, and based on that percentage, and it's described in the letter that's sent to all the general fund department on how that budget cut with the hours are calculated.
So for example, where ours was 218 hours, and that was calculated, the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, and that was calculated based on the general fund departments?
I believe it's cut, it was reduced by 22% this year, and I think that is proportionate to the year before, meaning that the year before, based on the hours that were spent, that is then 22% was deducted, and that was based on the controller's calculation. But what we also did emphasize with Mr. Grossman is that I think his concern was that the city attorney's office is cutting back the hours completely. We actually let Mr. Grossman know that we actually have double our hours. We have given more time, more hour to the task force addressing different public record issues. So we were hoping that he would be rest assured that the services provided by the city attorney's office is not being affected.
And then, Mr. Grossman, I know I have it marked in here somewhere, but you wanted the budget from 8 years ago because they had stated that that's what they based these hours on in one of his responses?
I viewed this as a continuum. I wouldn't have asked for the 8-year-old budget baseline budget if he hadn't identified it as part of what they did in order to do what they did in 2008, 2009, and 2010, or 9, 10, and 11. That was simply part of the total, because it was in his first letter. Mr. Herrera said it was based on a review of your needs and so forth, and I wanted to see the review, what hours they started with, what percentages they applied, and how that related to their obligation under the ordinance, which is a full-time deputy city attorney allocated to the task force. I just needed to get the records to follow what they did. And what I got was zero. I got nothing. And if Mr. Song, who is he's here as a public information officer, is telling you that I only asked for the baseline budget, then why did he send me 59 letters that I had to check to make sure they were all different and the percentages were different? I didn't add up the percentages because I didn't think that was meaningful. But this whole thing is preposterous, They're not trying to do the best job they can for the task force. If they did, he would be here for every committee meeting. He would give you opinions when you ask for them. And that's the underlying issue for me. But the only way I could find out what was going on was to try to find out why they were cutting back and how they did it, and make sure that it was fair, at least, given what they claimed was the case. I'm sorry if I'm getting a little excited about it, but it's important.
Member Washburn?
Yes, I have a question for Mr. Song.
Yes.
Mr. Song, do you understand what Mr. Grossman wants? Do you understand what information he needs and for what reason?
Absolutely, and we
Well, so could you tell me what that is, please?
Yes, and we provided more than that. In the letter that was the response and to Mr. Grossman, also to the task force has this letter. I think it's our last correspondence. Mr. Grossman was looking for budgeted hours allocated to the general fund departments for the last 3 fiscal years. So I think on July 28th, we sent the only responsive document that we had, which were the letters sent to the general fund departments in August 2010, which informed the departments of their allocation of hours for the year 2011. Does that make sense? So for the fiscal year 2011, we sent the letters that were addressed in 2010 because it was letting the departments know what's coming up. We do not have the documents for 2009, 2010, which was sent in 2008 and 2009, which passes the 2-year record retention policy. And literally, the document that we had sent to Mr. Grossman, we had to go dig it up from our files.
Okay, I just, right before I ask you your question, I was listening to what Mr. Grossman said he was interested in and the purpose for his inquiry. And also I read the material sent to us. And based on what you just told me, I don't think that you understand what it is he's looking for. Actually, I do think you understand what he's looking for. I mean, he's interested in the fact that we don't have a full-time attorney, as we're supposed to have according to the ordinance. His hours keep getting cut back and cut back and cut back. He has to leave at 9 o'clock, and then we can't continue with our agenda. And he wants to know why this is happening. So there have been cutbacks in the city government for a number of years now. And in order to determine how much to cut the city department's budgets, the city had to start somewhere. So they started, I guess, 8 years ago and said, okay, here's the baseline. Okay, now this next year we have to cut the budget by 18%. Well, we have to cut your allocation for this baseline by 18%. So it's pretty clear what he wants some justification for these cuts. He wants to see, where these numbers come from. And I have to say, if I were a department head getting a letter like this, and in your second paragraph where you give the bad news of regrettably we have to cut your allocation of attorney time, I would want to know, well, where did you get that from? You know, where did you pull this number from? And I would be calling you and saying, okay, justify this. So you know, I believe you know full well what Mr. Grossman wants to know. I think we all know what Mr. Grossman wants to know. And sending him 59 letters like this is not responsive at all. That's just dumping, you know, a pile of paper on him. Mm-hmm. So I have to say, I've heard nothing from you to indicate that you really tried to help him understand how come we have, excuse me, how come we have DCA 3 for such few hours and, you know, why we're in this situation. I mean, I think it can be justified given that the city has had to cut back across the board. But we just want to see a clear accounting of that. And you may not have all the paperwork in your department, but it's in the city somewhere. Let's hope it's somewhere. So I think I'm venting here, but I wanted some indication from you that you really understood what he was asking for. And I don't see that you do, or if you do, you're being disingenuous and you're leading us to think that I gave him this on this date and this on this date and 59 letters, you know, detailing everything. And I'm saying that's not a good faith effort. I think you understood what he wanted and you haven't complied.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I think I understand where you're coming from. However, I think there are a lot of inaccuracies with what you just said. First of all, we do, as you can see from the correspondence, we understood what Mr. Grossman was asking for, and we tried to provide him the assurance that the budget, the quality of services is not being cut, it's not being affected. We also provided him explanation that it's my understanding that it's across the board. Our office, I think there was a 20% cut, and we had to, and based on that calculation, the departments that we advise also receive similar cutback in the hours. What we did not, please, what our hours are based on is based on the year before. And what we provided with Mr. Grossman is that are the hours that we had spent advising the Sunshine Task Force from 1997 all the way to 2011 up until now. And so he's able to see how are the hours different. Some of the hours, for example, starting 1997 was only 182 hours. 2001, 2002, times were good. There were a lot, services wasn't cut back, it was 600 hours. But this year, up until now, 452 hours have been used. When it was allocated, I believe only for the task force, only 218, which means that our office has gone above and beyond making sure that this task force gets the service that it deserves. So okay. I do believe that Mr. Grossman received the information that he needed.
Member Costa.
So when you compiled for Mr. Grossman the stats historically of how much time has been allocated to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, where did that come from?
That was, we went to my understanding, we went to our IT department and asked for the hours that were spent. It's not the budget; it was just the hour.
Okay. Why could that not have been provided? Sort of equally for the year that Mr. Grossman was asking for? It seems a lot closer to the information he was looking for than...
We did provide that. We provided from 1997, every single fiscal year up until this year. And it's also...
Just for the task force?
It's also, yes, absolutely. Just for the task force, and also it's in your packet.
Page 99.
That information
I know, but I believe my understanding is Mr. Grossman wanted to see that sort of in the context of how the city attorney's time was being budgeted across the board.
Mr. Grossman originally was requesting the baseline budget for the hours of legal work from approximately 8 years ago, which we did not have that information.
But you have the actual way that time was allocated for that.
Correct, and we provided that information.
Just for the task force, though.
We send we advised Mr. Grossman if he had questions regarding the budget, the overall budget, not just the city attorney. He had questions about the budget and what the city attorney's office was allocated from the budget. He could look at the controller's website.
But I don't think he had questions about the overall budget. He has the questions about your budget, how you're budgeting your time.
Which we did not have responsive documents from 8 years ago.
But that's not true. So you're only retaining records of how you're allocating time for the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
He was asking for the budget, the baseline for his later request for the past 3 years, and what we provided him was the baseline for I think 2010, which was the fiscal year for 2011. That's the document that we had that was responsive. And that was the 59 document were to all the departments.
I think you understand what I'm saying. So you're trying to tell me that there are no documents in the city attorney's office more than 2 years old?
According to my understanding, yes, that's correct. That is
How much time did that take to get rid of all of the documents that are more than 2 years old?
I think we should focus on the complaint. The complaint.
I think
the audience needs to be quiet so we can have
a fairly
respectful.
ridiculous contention.
That is our retention document retention policy. I sense the sarcasm coming from you. I would like to know what is your concern? What is your fear?
I have no fear. I just find it pretty ridiculous that.
That is your opinion, sir. This is our office policies that we.
Well, it's not my opinion when you've shown that you have access to this information or pretty darn close information.
The information that would show the baseline for the hours, there would be the letters that were sent to the different general departments. That would date back to 1997. The 59 documents that Mr. Grossman got, we do not have those same 59 documents dating back to 1997. We simply do not. However, what we do have are the past 2 years.
Slightly unrelated, but what happened between July 15th and July 28th? Why was there no additional response to Mr. Grossman to his immediate disclosure request?
There's no July 25th.
Sorry, July 15th.
July 15th. July 15th, we responded, and Mr. Grossman responded right away. And I believe on July 16th, I was out of the office, and documents were sent on July 28th. And I did admit that it was a mistake on our end. So
is there nobody sort of
we were
taking responsibility for checking your email or while you're away?
Again, I already said that it was our mistake. It was my responsibility, and we were looking for the information. I did not get back to Mr. Grossman, so I will take responsibility for that.
Okay, thank you.
But I also want to address that was not part of. I don't believe that was part of his immediate disclosure request. That was from the 13th. Because we did ask for clarification. I think that's what it was. But I just want to say I did take responsibility because after I mapped it out, it did take too long for us to get back while we were looking for the information. Yes?
Vice Chair Wolf.
Mr. Song, I want to refer to the letter in response to Mr. Grossman, where you state approximately 8 years ago, a baseline budget for hours of legal work was set for general fund departments. Do you still hold those baselines?
I think the document that would be responsive to that, we don't have
it's
that
a yes or no
information.
question.
I just said we don't have that.
So
That to my knowledge.
Do you hold a baseline is a calculation?
Mhm.
Okay, so do you still hold those baselines when you make budget allocations?
Yes, it's based on the year prior. So yes, right now we do. It's based on the year prior.
So you calculate a baseline based upon the year before?
Correct, to my understanding.
Who would know? Who in
I
your
think we-
department handles
I
that?
think we addressed it in the letter. Let me double check.
Because
And if
you,
it's not
you
in the-
state
Mhm.
here approximately 8 years ago, a baseline budget for hours of legal work was set.
But that was coming from Mr. Grossman. That's the initial correspondence from him. That was what he was looking for, the baseline budget from 8 years ago. That's what he was requesting, which we said we did not have responsive documents for.
This is not, but this is your statement.
Yes, I'm quoting.
It's
I'm
you
quoting
saying
from-
approximately 8 years ago, a baseline budget was created.
No, I think I'm quoting from Mr. Grossman from his first correspondence from June 27th, where he was looking for that information.
One moment. Let me get the original out.
Well, on page 96 of our packet in the July 13th letter.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at. But I'm trying to find now the original letter because that's an excerpt.
I don't think that the June 27th letter is in our packet.
No, it was not. It was not included.
Because it
in
wasn't
Mr.
part of the complaint. It starts at July 13th,
Oh.
although it was a response. Member
Packet page 120,
It is in there?
June 27, 2011. Interestingly, in item number 3, it shows that I'm the administrator. I wish they'd have paid me for that.
Where does it say that? Oh.
Packet page 120.
I'm sorry.
Unless it's a different
Was-
letter.
I think,
Packet page 120.
Member Vice Chair Wolf, Member Washburn has some questions. Is this a good time?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll come
I'm
back.
sorry. I just wanted to make sure it was done.
I just wanted to say on page 122 of our packet, there's a memo from Mr. Song to Mr. Grossman
Oh, there.
where he states
Oh, maybe not.
approximately 8 years ago, a baseline budget for hours of legal work was
Right.
set for the general fund departments.
Yeah, that's the one. That's what I'm referring to. So on page 122. So you state here approximately 8 years ago, a baseline budget for hours of legal work was set on general fund departments. So where do you hold that calculation to be true? I mean, where is that being held? Is it in your accountant's office, bookkeeper, accountant's office, in the HR department? Where did you get that number 8 years ago?
I believe I may be incorrect. I need to double check. I believe it was the controller's office, but I need to double check. That's the information I was told. The baseline budget for the departments were set by the controller's office. I need to double check on that information.
So they weren't set by your office?
No.
They were set by the controller's office?
That's correct.
So does the controller have that information?
I don't know.
Okay.
I would need to find out.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
In the next sentence on that same letter on page 122, it says, since that time, the legal hours budgeted for each general fund department have been reduced to correspond to the general fund reductions to this office. So you're saying that 8 years ago they set the baseline budget, but it's not something that you have, and since that time, each year you look at the past 2 years or past 1 year?
Yes, and I think based on the reduction, for example, this year I think was 22%. I think the way it's cut back, it's also across the board 22%. I believe that is how the calculation is being done.
And so you're representing to Mr. Grossman that the actual budget that you referred to and all of the notes and worksheets are not something that is available, that it's no longer retained.
That is correct.
Okay. Member Snyder.
Do you have the notes and worksheets or other documents by which the budget numbers were obtained for the last 2 years? In other words, do you have documents, backup worksheet for the budget numbers from 2010?
That information I do not know, and I don't know if that also would touch upon the issues of attorney-client. I'm not sure, because it does deal with budget and different city departments, and such worksheets would be in draft form. So, I mean, I need to look into that.
But you told Mr. Grossman that you didn't have any backup materials at all, didn't you?
That's correct.
But
That's correct.
didn't you just say that you may have backup materials for the last 2 years?
I think Mr. Grossman was asking for the baseline budget for the past 2 years, which we did provide. Those were the numbers that were included in the letter. That's what we base it off for the upcoming fiscal year. So that we did have. I don't believe Mr. Grossman was asking for worksheets and memos, things of that nature.
Okay, if there's no additional discussion, we'll have the respondent have 3 minutes for rebuttal, and then the complainant will have 3 minutes. So, Mr. Song, you're first. Sorry.
My apologies. First of all, I'm sorry if I was rude to some of the members of the board. My apologies. It's been a long day. I do want to emphasize that what Mr. Grossman was, I think his concerns were that the hours from City Attorney's Office advising the task force is being cut back tremendously. And what we tried to do is we went back to our data. It was not budget, meaning that it wasn't a dollar amount attached to it, but the hours that were spent on the task force, we did provide that information dating all the way back to 97 up until now, this fiscal year. And I just want to emphasize that our office, despite of the budgetary constraints, we try to provide really high quality service to our clients. And I hope that the documents that Mr. Grossman has now satisfies his request, and if he has additional requests, he's more than welcome to contact me. And I would think I have pretty friendly relationship with Mr. Grossman. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Grossman, you'll have 3 minutes.
I think I've stated to you that I'm not as smart as I think I am. Nor, however, am I as dumb as they must think I am, because to have generated these letters for the last 3 years and have absolutely no paper to show how they went about doing the calculations, what they started with, what they ended with, how they transmitted them among themselves, how they got Mr. Herrera to sign them, who approved it, and so forth, I find absolutely mind-boggling. The other thing I wanted to make clear is I did ask them to go to their archives. And I never got an answer to that, so I assume they did not. That is part of what you do when you look for records. I gave them plenty of time. Plenty of time. As Mr. Song noted, I made an immediate disclosure request. I didn't get an answer for over 2 weeks instead of overnight or 1 day. So the point is that either they never had the records in the first place and they just took these numbers out of the air and said 22%, everybody across the board, We won't look at what we did before. We won't do a review. That's the easiest and best way to do it. But even then, they had to do the calculations of what 22% reduction meant. But they don't have any sheets to show that. Or they could have done it properly, which would have been, let's look at what's needed. Let's see how far they go. And I want to point out something, that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is not any general fund department. It is special. It's got a special relationship to the city attorney, and it's in section 6730B. Mr. 3 can only work for you. If he wants to take other work, it has to be passed by you to make sure there's no conflict of interest. That never happened, and they not only never did that, but they are reducing the time, and you see what happens. In any case, I think there's something going on here. I can't explain it, and obviously we can't get them to explain it.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf.
While I, commend Mr. Grossman on his efforts, and his intent, the issue of how many of how the city attorney is supposed to apply his services is not part and parcel of this particular complaint. We're dealing with the issues around the timing and the delivery of information based upon his immediate disclosure request. So I'd like to see if we can narrow things down on that point and not get sidetracked on the compliance issue. I need a moment to gather my thoughts on this.
So there's definitely the issue of the immediate disclosure response time.
6725.
Yeah, thank you.
A, I believe.
The hard part for me is, okay, he's representing that they don't have the documents from 8 years ago. And I mean, there's no necessarily reason to doubt that they don't have the documents from 8 years ago. So in the request, in Mr. Grossman's request, does that encompass some of the documents that Member Snyder was discussing? Could they have provided some notes and documents relative to how the budget is calculated, determined, analyzed, in lieu of the fact that the 8 years, does that request encompass that? Member Washburn?
What Mr. Grossman wants is some justification for the numbers in these letters, the 59 letters, and for whatever department, or we're told the number of hours we get each year. Where does that number come from? That's what he wants to know. And he found out through Mr. Song that there's this baseline budget from 8 years ago, and everything is built on that, apparently. So those numbers in the letters come from somewhere. And so I would find a violation of 6726 too. I mean, they're withholding documentation that would give some basis for allocation of hours.
I have one question based on what Member Washburn just said, and then we'll go to Vice Chair Wolf. Mr. Grossman, in resolution, maybe not in resolution, but to get an idea of what an appropriate path is that we're going down, would the documents that these numbers are based on that Member Washburn is talking about that do exist, would that be helpful to you? Is that something that you're searching for?
I don't understand the cutbacks. I need to understand on what basis they were made. They tell me in general terms what they were and how they came to them, but they don't have the numbers to back it up.
And that's what you want.
And that's what I wanted. And I also think it's important that we understand that when they do it, how it affects your work. And so if they do it legitimately, then maybe it's an appropriate cutback. But if they don't do it legitimately, then it isn't. And I think that's an important piece of information that I would want, given that you are missing part of what you're entitled to.
And Mr. Sung is saying he's not sure if those notes and worksheets exist or in what capacity the city attorney would hold them, whether they would be privileged or not.
Well, they're not privileged, for sure not. They might be work product, but they couldn't be work product either. I'm sure Mr. Snyder would agree with me on that. We're talking about records that relate to your work, which under the Sunshine Ordinance are not subject to any privilege or the work product doctrine.
Okay. Vice Chair Wolf?
So what concerns me is the statement by Mr. Song et al., the city attorney's office, that they set baselines 8 years ago. And then says now that baselines are set on a year-to-year basis. So I'm not quite I don't quite understand. I mean, if I were Mr. Grossman, I understand I'm trying to be able to perform a calculation, and not being able to get that information makes things very very difficult to even understand it. So and I haven't heard tonight, nor have read in any of these documents how the calculation comes to be a reality. How do you figure, what's the algorithm for figuring a baseline so that you can tell how things work, and so that I'm a little concerned about that with regards to information, whether he actually got the information that he needs in order to be able to perform the function. To provide an aggregate total from fiscal year 1997 to current day doesn't explain anything. It just explains how much money was allocated. It doesn't explain how the basis of his request, which is he wants to know how to calculate the baseline, and he needs all the information to do that. He doesn't want the city attorney's office to do that for him. He'll do it himself, but he wants the information to be able to do that. So I can't understand if a department is going to say, well, we allocate funds to general fund departments on a baseline using a baseline, but we can't tell you how that baseline is created. I don't quite understand that. So I'm a little lost as to what information is going to be available. But obviously the information that he requested was not given to him, nor was he directed to a department that could help, or a person who can specifically help him as the ordinance requires. Pointing to a website, not much information is posted on, enough of the information's posted on a website. He wants the documents. So I think that's where we're at.
So
that's my assessment.
in listening to Vice Chair Wolf's concerns and Member Washburn's concerns and the subject at issue, I would be interested in the idea of a motion to find a violation of 6725A for the two failures to respond in timely manner to the IDRs, and 6726 for keeping withholding to a minimum, sending it to compliance and amendments with the order to state that the city attorney's office will review its records for notes and information on how the budget is calculated, that Mr. Song wasn't sure what was available. Member Costa?
I would second. Or was that a motion, or?
But I do have one question, and that is that this complaint says Dennis Herrera and Jack Sung. So I'm not sure. I'm wondering, is this? I don't know what the task force feels, but is this something that is Dennis Herrera a person that should be named? Is there any? Why did you choose Dennis Herrera for the complaint as the department head, as the elected?
Yeah. Well, it seems to me that one of two things happened. Either they invented the numbers out of thin cloth, or they destroyed records in violation of state law and their own records retention policy. And I think that if either of those things happens, that the person in charge is responsible.
As a policy matter?
Yeah, it's pretty important. He signed the letters. Mr. Herrera signed each one of those 59 letters for 3 years straight. And if he didn't assure that everything was done properly and properly documented and maintained, then he's responsible. I don't think Mr. Song is responsible. I actually think that the person who did it, who wrote those letters and filled in the numbers, should be the one that should be here. And I definitely think they should have looked through their archives to see whether some of it may have ended up on tape. Because I can't believe they didn't send emails or do any type of communications in the process, starting when somebody said, let's do it this year, to the time that the letters were signed and sent out. You can't have a vacuum like that. It doesn't exist today, particularly.
Okay, thank you. So, I will make a motion naming Dennis Herrera and Jack Sung in violation of 6725A for failure to respond to the two IDR requests, and 6726 for withholding kept to a minimum with the order to state that the city attorney's office should produce the available documents about how the budget is set and calculated.
I'll second it. Would you accept a friendly amendment to add 6721C, where a custodian of public records, when not in possession of the record requested, will assist a requester directing a request to the proper office?
Yeah. Yes. I'd think about it for a minute. Vice Chair Wolf.
On the second part of your motion, I I think that it needs to be directed more towards the department head.
What could you?
The part around the calculations, the production of the calculations.
As opposed to saying the city attorney's office.
No. Specifically to Mr. Sung. He's obviously not the person that is in charge of how the baseline calculations are, whether he's protecting somebody or not. I think he just doesn't know, and nobody's giving it to him. And I really think it's more incumbent upon the department head to release that information.
So we should are you
it's
suggesting
a
we remove Mr. Sung?
It's way
completely?
above his pay grade.
Okay.
So I really think it's inappropriate to point that particular part. I think what he's responsible for, since he's the point of contact, is the IDR responses and all of that, but not necessarily to the meat of the matter. I think
So remove him from
I would just on the timeliness of the responses, the 6721C issue. I think that that's appropriate, but all the other more meaty parts, substantive parts, that's incumbent upon the department head whether to have those released or not. They're the ones that tell their accounting department or human resources department to keep these records, don't keep those records. That's
Would
the
you
person that's gonna
suggest
sign them off.
naming Dennis Herrera and the city attorney's office?
Well,
or just naming a person?
He is the city attorney. He is the city attorney's office.
Okay.
So you can't, unless you want to try to make everybody complicit. I think it's a little hard to do. That's why the ordinance really focuses on the He's not only a department head; he's an elected official. Okay, so you have it's a double whammy on him. So
okay. So then we would find Mr. Sung in violation of 6725A for failure to respond to the two IDR requests in a timely manner.
6721C
and 6721C
for not assisting.
I
think that's it for Mr. Sung. Everything else.
And then we would find Dennis Herrera in violation of 6726.
If that's what you're...
For failure to keep withholding to a minimum.
Okay.
And request that he respond with records related to how the budget is calculated.
And and explaining what a baseline is and how it's used and how it relates to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, because that's the complainant's, the basis of the complainant's complaint or request. His request wasn't necessarily for, it was adjunct for all the other departments because he didn't quite understand the response he got about the Sunshine Task Force. So he's like, okay, let's go the next step. Let's ask, for all of it then.
And would the second accept that?
Yes.
I went through all that work, so I guess I'll accept it too. Is there public comment on the motion?
Members of the task force, I think you're on the right grounds. I have to go off of Member Washburn's comments and her questions to Mr. Song. I think we all remember back when we were in high school or in college, it was never satisfactory on a math exam just to put down the answer. You had to show your work. And anybody who knows anything about finance knows that at some point in time, someone superior to you may come back and say, show me how you got these numbers. And if enough city agencies go to the mayor or the board of supervisors and say, look, the city attorney cut our budgets for legal services by this amount, and it's just not sustainable, it's not workable. And the mayor then goes to the city attorney and says, okay, well, we need to see exactly how you calculated this. Or if the board of supervisors tells the comptroller, go in and do an audit and determine how they came to these and whether or not in your opinion, as the auditor, it was a reasonable calculation, a reasonable basis. And really what I heard Mr. Song saying is we don't have any numbers for anything. So if they come in and audit last year or the year before, we can't show them anything. And the bottom line is Mr. Herrera has to take legal responsibility for all of the budget. And if he is actually, Mr. Song is actually, in my mind, coming here and saying, Mr. Herrera simply accepts whatever numbers they give him, and if he has any questions, their answer to him is, well, we did all the calculations, but we threw away the worksheets. So if you want to know how he came to it, we really can't tell you, Mr. Herrera. And I would like to ask if there's one member of this body who thinks that is an answer they would give to Dennis Herrera. I can't tell you how we got the numbers. We threw all the sheets away. And if every year is based on the prior year, you have to have the prior year numbers to start the calculations. And if they started on a base of 2001, they still have to have those numbers available to show a continuity between 2001 to 2002, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And so I just can't find any rational reason why anybody with any sense of accounting or financial responsibility would come in, and especially I think Mr. Snyder mentioned, and they're saying they can't even provide you the numbers for the 2010 and 2009 or how they got them. And I have to go with Mr. Grossman. If that's what they're saying, we have one hella big problem in the city attorney's office.
Peter Warfield, I haven't been part of this, but I did want to make just a very few comments. It sounds, I think you're onto what's going on. I think there's a kind of a game of keep away happening here. But the repeated replies, my understanding is we went to IT, my understanding is I think this is obviously not a principal who's coming before you and responding to your questions. He's been put out there to represent the department and is not fully knowledgeable about what happened and what's going on. With respect to particularly the most recent materials, there is a section that talks about correspondence and records shall be maintained. That's section 67.29-7. A, the mayor and all department heads shall maintain and preserve in a professional and businesslike manner all documents and correspondence, including but not limited to letters, emails, drafts, memorandum, invoices, reports, and proposal, and shall disclose all such records in accordance with this ordinance. So I certainly think that if they have a 2-year retention and didn't 2 years plus 1 and didn't keep certain documents for the recent information, then I think that's certainly an issue. And I think they themselves, the representative, said there were at least 2, I think, possible delays was his word. So I certainly think you're on with respect to that. But I would ask you to consider whether section 67.297A has also been violated. Thanks very much.
Okay. Unfortunately, my name is Jason Grant Garza, and I've been before this august, robust Ministry of Sunshine many times and never been helped, even though I've been correct. I think what we need to figure out here is definitions and terms. What is a baseline? I can tell you what a baseline is from a medical point of view and what it requires to get a baseline, and the documents that you have to have and the treatments that you have to go through, because that's exactly what it stands for. It's a measurement over a period of time to establish a base. Is his health operating at this, is his heart operating correctly for the last few years based on these tests? That is your baseline. Well, it's the same thing here with budgets, I would imagine, a baseline. Well, without the documents and without the minutia, you don't have a baseline. But maybe the city attorney is trying to mislead you with the word definition again. Who knows? Then I heard the wonderful Mr. Song get up and say that he was going to take responsibility What does that mean? If he was wrong, he was going to take responsibility. He had 2 delays, but he was going to take responsibility. Is he here? Have you made your decisions? Has he shown you any respect? Quite the opposite. He's gone. You're irrelevant. You're nothing more than a farce. Now, the next question is about the controller. He said, well, I went to the controller's office. He couldn't have told Mr. Grossman to go to the controller's office or try to help him with any of that. So much of this is nothing more than legal speak and lawyer speak. And the problem that we have with that is that there's no humanity in that. And I, as a citizen, as a human being, as a person, as a creature of God, deserve more. Whether you guys don't want that, or don't feel like you deserve it, or that you're just going to take whatever they give you because you're here and because you're doing a job which might help somebody in the future, which has never helped anybody to this present day, is nothing more than false hope. Thank you.
Hello, Nick Pasquariello. I doubt if I could shed much more light on what these gentlemen have said, but one question sticks in my mind, and that is, how does Mr. Song know that the budget is based on an 8-year baseline? What is his source of information for that statement? He never told us. He suggested perhaps the controller's office, but that was... Anyway, so how did he know that? That's what stays on my mind as the overriding concern, and I appreciate your looking into the depth of this. And this is a little off topic, but it raises in my mind the question of maybe this is the way the whole city budget is run.
Is there additional public comment on the motion? Seeing none, the matter's back with the task force. Vice Chair Wolf?
Yeah, I just have one thought about this when you talk about baselines, and just something that Mr. Song had said with regards to what he said in his written statement, that they go back 8 years to develop the baseline, but then they recalculate the baseline from the previous year. So then if they do that from the previous year, so now 2000, from 1997 to 1998 to 1999, now in 1999, they based the baseline based upon 1998. Well, 1997 is then gone. That's not a baseline anymore. So now we come all the way up to 2011. What's the baseline for 2011? It's 2010. It's not 2009. It's not 2008. It's not 2007. That is problematic to me. That kind of, if that's the way it is, and that the way he explains it, then that way it becomes an uneven playing field for budgeting in general. You can't then use baseline at all. It becomes impossible to use it in a regular way, and then all the numbers then begin to change. All the percentages. We've had a 22% reduction. Well, based on what baseline? Is it last year's baseline? 3 years ago baseline? 4 years ago? And you don't get that information. So then we don't really know how things are budgeted then. What is the basis? It's kind of like you're looking at an Excel spreadsheet, and you see all these numbers in the boxes, but a box may represent a calculation, but it doesn't reveal itself automatically. You have to go digging around for it. And so that's kind of it's a concern about it. It has nothing to do with the basis of the complaint, but it's a concern.
Mr. Rustam, can you please call the roll on the motion?
On the motion, Member Snyder?
Yes.
Snyder, aye. Member Nee?
Aye.
Nee, aye. Member Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Costa?
Aye.
Costa, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Johnson?
Aye.
Johnson, aye. Madam Chair, we have 6 ayes. The motion passes.
The matter is referred to compliance and amendments. We are going to lose quorum, and I apologize to the people who are unable to have their hearing. There's
How does
not.
that satisfy my 45-day requirement?
I have no answer to that at this time. I'm not trying to avoid an answer. I do not know what will happen.
When can I get an answer to that? Because I still haven't gotten the answers for my questions that I'd suppose.
I will definitely need to address it.
I didn't get my answer.
We're losing a
directed to you.
quorum, and I have no choice. I cannot control that we're losing a quorum. So thank you to Member Wolf and Member Snyder for staying. And I'm aware that there's an attendance problem, and we need to address attendance because we can't rely on the same 6 people over and over again. And I'm going to end the meeting.